It is day 1 of Dominoes vs. Machines round 10, which of course means that it's day 1 of this first clip that I'm building. So the first clip that I'm starting on is I was inspired by this sort of rearrangement of squares, sort of motion. So if you have 4 squares and you affix them and hinge them in certain corners, you have this really cool motion. I'll show it with these for now. You have this really cool motion that does this. It's this sort of, if you actually look at it, it's a flexing parallelogram, right? So if you take just these, and you can sort of, now it makes more sense as a flexing parallelogram. But if you sort of reinterpret the motion and just sort of reframe it a little bit differently, it looks a lot, it doesn't look like a flexing parallelogram quite as much. But anyway, it's a cool little idea, but it is just an idea. It is just a concept. It's not really a trick in and of itself, but obviously I wanted to interpret it into an idea. And so the obvious place to go with it is to turn these into platforms and have something on the platforms that gets rearranged in some way. And this is what I spent the entire day doing. So I really don't have a lot to show in terms of anything that's actually built. But I basically spent the day just sketching out possible ideas. And this, like I said, genuinely took the whole day. Because I kept finding things that like worked for one orientation, but when they were in the other orientation, it just kind of looked random. It didn't seem to really be a natural fit for the motion of the sort of rearrangement. I couldn't find something that really felt satisfying and like a perfect fit for the actual motion that I was trying to do, until I sort of figured out that every time that it shifts, right, every time it does this, each of the squares rotates, right? That might seem obvious, but each of the squares rotates exactly 90 degrees. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe you could use that rotation to sort of power a ball to move, right? We've seen this before with centrifugal force, right? Because rotation, if a ball is kind of pressed up against a barrier, rotation can sort of give the ball a little bit of energy and make it move. So I thought, okay, maybe you could use the centrifugal force to sort of get the ball to move based on the rotation. And if it moves from one square to another, maybe that could be useful. And the big breakthrough was realizing that even though half of the squares rotate clockwise and half of the squares rotate counterclockwise, whichever square the ball is on, if it only moves one square, that square will always be rotating in the same direction. So let's take this square, for instance. If it starts here and then we move once, that square rotates clockwise. And then, so if that powers the ball to move here, when it shifts again, this square moves clockwise. And so if that powers it to move here, when it shifts again, now that square is moving clockwise. So if you can use the same direction of motion to power the ball to move from square to square, it can, you can kind of repeat the same motion over and over again. And that sort of started to feel like I was on the right track. So that leads us to here. This is actually something I made at the beginning of the day, which didn't end up serving much of a purpose because I ended up finding this way more useful for sketching out ideas. These are just segments of floor, just these little bounce tiles or whatever you want to call them, with packing tape over the top so that I could sort of sketch on top of them with dry erase marker. So this is what I want to make. It's hard to sort of visualize because this is actually going to be there's going to be some z-axis involved here. That's what these dotted lines are. But the idea is that we'll have a ball. Let's just get a ball. It won't be this exact ball, but it'll start here, and then it'll rotate. So we'll do this, and notice this one is rotating counterclockwise. So that counterclockwise motion sort of kicks the ball around and kicks the ball around this way, and it'll go around the circle, across the bridge, and drop from one higher level into the lower level, and drop into here. and it'll stay here until the whole thing shifts again. And now notice that one in the top left is rotating counterclockwise again. And so counterclockwise powers it to go around this way. It kicks it around this way. It lands here. And now same thing again. It shifts one more time. Now it's that one in the bottom right or bottom left is rotating counterclockwise. That kicks it around this way. It lands here. Same thing again. One more time, rotates counterclockwise, and that kicks it around and then kind of redirects it off the board there at the very end. So this is probably going to be, I said multi-level, right? Because it has to sort of, there's bridges involved. It has to cross paths. But I haven't ruled out the possibility that maybe I can just have these be open and just have the ball roll directly from one to the other. In fact, I think that's actually very possible to do. So I'm going to try that first. But the other thing I want to talk about is how I'm actually going to make this sort of rotating contraption thing. Because I've sort of glossed over that as if it's not a big deal to sort of accomplish this crazy contortion motion in a machine, as if it's just like, it's just not a problem at all. I do have an idea. I do have an idea for it. So instead of doing it as a flexing parallelogram, which would look like this, right, having one that is completely mounted and stable, and just having the entire thing move around it like that, right? I've decided I don't like that. I don't like how that looks. I don't think it highlights the motion that I'm going for quite as well. I want pretty much the center point to stay in the center. So it's not really going to be perfect. I'm going to have the center point of one of the tiles is going to be affixed. And so it'll end up being sort of, it's really impossible to do, but one of the tiles will basically just rotate in place while the other, maybe this will probably demonstrate it better because there's less friction, but one tile will rotate in place and then the other ones will kind of join in around it. So it's sort of like that, right? So if we're imagining this bottom left one rotating in place, it'll just do this, and this will be sort of the motion. It's hard to demonstrate. And how I'm going to do that is I'm going to use some of these. These are the new spinny platforms that I learned about from Reactica, from Oscar. So these are pretty much the perfect size to be mounted underneath these platforms. So one of them will be under here, and this will just be attached, maybe not to the table because I might need way more height than this. I will need way more height than that. But basically, it'll be just attached. Then there will also be one on this, and then this will be mounted to sliders that can go in and out. So the one on the opposite corner will be mounted to sliders because, as we've seen here, when you rotate this one does go out a bit and then come back in. So the sliders will be sort of diagonal like this. So when this rotates, it goes out and then comes back in. So it rotates 90 degrees, but it also kind of goes out and then in. So it does this sort of thing. The ones in the corners, I don't actually know what motion they do. Maybe they it looks like they do the same thing. So I don't know. Well, I might do all four with rotating platforms like this, and then just have them on sliders, and then have the one that's affixed. I don't know. We'll see. But that's kind of how I want to do it. What I haven't figured out yet is what's going to actually power that. So I have an idea for how I'm going to make it, but I don't necessarily have an idea for how I'm going to power it. But the biggest hurdle by far is just figuring out what the trick is going to be. Because I had this idea for the motion. I had this idea for the track, or not track, but the tile rearrangement, which is cool, but it's nothing without a trick. And this was a huge breakthrough. As soon as I figured this out, I knew I was onto something. I was like, yes, using the rotation to power the ball from one tile to the next and then have it kind of go around the square. Oh, that's brilliant. I need to look into this more. And then now that I've got this, I'm really excited to start working on this one. All right. So that is day one. It is day 2 of the first clip for Dominoes vs. Machines 10, and it doesn't look like a lot has happened today, but a lot has actually happened today. So it started by just kind of trying to put together the whole foundation of the trick. So making the box or the tiles that are hinged, and then putting them on the rotating platforms, and then putting those on the sliders, and then probably figuring out a way of actually powering that. So that was where it started. But it didn't take long before I realized that the tops of these tiles would have to be a different color. I kind of knew this yesterday, but I kind of forgot about it. But I don't have 4 identical floor tile pieces that are all the same color, except for the ones that just match the table. So you can see underneath here, I've got all kinds of other colors. These two are actually very similar, if not the same. But I've got all kinds of other colors, but no 2 or no 4 or even 2 that match. So I do have a different color of board, of floor tile that was just left over from when I did something in the house downstairs in the basement, which I have used in previous projects, and I can continue to cut it up into smaller and smaller segments if I want. Problem is, it's actually not that different of a color from the table surface, so it doesn't help me that much. So how am I going to make the floor samples, or I guess the tiles of the quadrilateral thing, of the flexing squares? How am I going to make them? How am I going to make the surface of those a different color, something that stands out from the background? And I didn't know for a while. I thought maybe I could use cardstock and put that down, and then put a layer of plexiglass over that to make a smooth surface to build on, and not have to worry about ripping up the paper every time I need to move something. But I wasn't a huge fan of that, because obviously, or oftentimes when you film anything with plexiglass, you just see the reflections. You don't really see the color that's underneath it. And I wasn't super sold on that idea. And then the other thing that pushed me over the edge to completely change my mind, and this is kind of where the day went, was that I realized that these are actually quite small. So given what I wanted to do with this trick, which is to sort of have this loop pattern on each of these pieces, I realized that, and also just that having 4 of these isn't that big, like comparatively. Pretend that's the same color. It's really not that big compared to like the size of a screen link clip, which is like way back here. So I figured that, like, okay, I wouldn't mind it if they're bigger anyway, and they need to be different colors. Why don't I just go pick up some more flooring samples that are a darker color, and just cut those up into larger squares, and then go from there. So that's what I did. So over here are the flooring samples that I picked up. And so obviously I picked up a couple options. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go with, the more wood color or something that is just closer to a dark gray. Still haven't really decided. It almost doesn't matter. But that is that. That is what I've picked up. That is what I've decided that I'm going to make the squares 6 inches by 6 inches, as opposed to these, which are 4 by 4. So I have decided what I'm going to do for creating at least the first part of the foundational structure is I want to have layers of 3, right, to make like a big chunk, and then I'm going to wrap tape around, first of all, I have to tape them all together so that they aren't just loose like this. Then a piece of tape, of duct tape, which was hanging around but now is probably put away, a piece of duct tape around the entire edge, and then so that makes 2 of the hinges, or that makes hinges on all the edges, right? So you can see on here, you have a hinge here, hinge here, hinge here, hinge here. So really you don't need to go all the way around, but I figured a black highlight border around the outside would look good. and then you can just do all 4 hinges in one piece of tape, basically. But you still need the other 4 hinges in the middle, just to reinforce them. So a hinge here, 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 and here, which might be a little trickier to do. Actually, if you do that first, it won't be that hard. So I thought of something on the spot here. Nice, look at that. So if I'll do that one first, and then do the one around the outside second. But yeah, I'll get that one and then do that. So that's the plan there, and then I'll reinforce those hinges by just doing some tape. I figured all that part out. So what I need is basically 12 6x6 floor tiles. So I had originally 12 4x4 floor tiles, which I was like, yay, great, we've got what we need. But now, since I've changed my mind, I've got to cut up a bunch of these pieces. So that's what I spent the day doing. I haven't gotten to these yet, but I have gotten to these. And you'll notice, whoa, these are not different. These are not a darker color. It's fine. These are going to be part of the middle pack. These are going to be part of the ones that are in the middle that you won't actually see. So only the top one needs to be a darker color. And this is the new size. So this is a I keep saying that. This is a 6x6. These are 4x4s. And also, this is also the quote-unquote different color that I have. It's like, this is the exact match, and this is the different color. So you can see it, like, technically it's different, but it really does not create that much of a difference. Yeah, so this is the new size. I still have to cut up these into exact squares, and then I have to cut up these into exact squares. So I'll probably, I don't know exactly how much surface area I have here to work with, but I'm pretty sure what I will do is an equal number of these and an equal number of these. So I only need 4 6x6 tiles in this color, so I might just do, if I have, well, I don't know. I haven't decided. If I have enough of this to make 8 6x6 tiles, then I might just do them all in that color and then save this other color for some future project. But if not, then I'll definitely just do equal numbers of each. And I'll do 4 in this color, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 in this color, 4 in this color, and then that'll make stacks of 3 that are just like these except bigger. And then I still have to worry about and still have to figure out how I'm going to mount them onto these things and then onto the sliders, and then how I'm going to actually power the whole thing. So obviously, based on the trick that I want to make, it needs to do 4 different iterations. So it needs to switch into one position, switch back, switch into another, switch back. So that's 4 different transformations. It is just 2 different positions, but it visits each position twice. It visits the first position 3 times, because it starts there, visits it again, and then ends there. But you don't have to shift into that position because it can just start there. Point is, there are going to be 4 different transformations, and I have to figure out how to power that, which is going to be tough. But I have to sort of build everything first to be able to even figure out where to start with that. So that's sort of the update from today. This is what I love about building machines. One of the things I really love is just going all out on making some like highly constructed, very robust system, and just like cutting up stuff and making exactly the right size parts and just making something that is really intricate and really, you really have to like meticulously follow the exact steps and like know exactly how you're going to do it. And like at the end, you're rewarded with like this really well-oiled machine. I'm not even talking about like the final clip. I'm just talking about like once I get a fully functioning like flexi square system, even without anything on top of the squares, that'll be really satisfying. It's just like getting to that point. So that's where I'm hoping to get to tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. If not, then definitely the next day. Yeah, wish me luck. It is day 3 of the flexing tiles trick. And again, visibly, it doesn't look like there's been a lot of progress, but I have important steps in the process to show you. So what we have now are the 4 giant slabs of material that are going to be the 4 squares that flex and rearrange. And hopefully in the final video, you won't actually be able to really tell what they're made of. It'll just sort of just look like I said, these giant slabs of something. But as you may have been able to figure out from the previous updates, it is layers of the flooring tiles that I had to buy yesterday. Or they were actually free. But that aside, I had to get them yesterday. So today I spent basically the entire day on the table saw, just cutting and measuring and drawing and making the lines, and then because this table saw is quite small actually, and a lot of the segments were quite large, and so making sure that everything was lined up right, and putting on the barriers and putting on the sort of guardrails and fences and things like that, just to make sure all the cuts were very straight and precise. That took quite a bit of time, more time than I anticipated. But what we've got now is 12 in total, 6 by 6 inch square floor tile pieces. And these are going to be incredibly useful just going forward on future projects, because I've already got a decent number of the 4 by 4 inch square floor tiles, as we've seen in the other updates. But it'll be very nice to have a whole supply of these 6 by 6 ones. But right now they're just kind of being used to fill out some height here so that I actually have something to create a hinge with, and I have something to actually attach a hinge to. The hinge will just be a tape hinge, which will be formed by doing a giant strip of tape all the way around the outside and then all the way around the inside. Well, sort of like this. So all the way around the outside and then all the way around the inside, or rather the reverse. So do this inside first. We talked about that. So yeah, I've got these pieces left over. I didn't quite have enough on one sheet to make 8 of one color. It was almost enough, but not quite. So I did 4 of each color, basically cutting the board in half. And then now I have 2 half boards left for future projects, as opposed to 1 full board for a future project, which is arguably better because I've got 2 colors to choose from. I also ended up with a bunch of cutoffs. Well, I mean, I'll show you. This is like all the scrap material, but one of the scrap materials was actually a size of board that's not completely useless. Like, this is a sizable chunk. I have no idea what these might be ever used for, but they're not going to be thrown away, so I'll keep those as well. Who knows what those will be for. So today was more or less just the creation, the birthing of a bunch of new machine materials. And the fruits of the labor are basically just 4 big tiles. And they've already been taped together. So these are now big chunks. And so now we've talked about what the next steps are, but it'll be to create the hinges, it'll be to mount them onto these rotating platforms, it'll be to create the infrastructure that will allow this sort of flexing transformation, and then figuring out a way to actually power that. And then on top of that, it'll be figuring out building the trick. We've talked about the very first day what my idea for the trick is, but obviously you just kind of have to build the thing that it's on top of. You have to build the thing that makes the trick possible before you build the trick. So it's really been a long couple of days, actually. It's been a lot of in-depth and tough work just to get to this point. We're still not quite done. But yeah, hopefully we'll have just the framework of the entire thing up and running tomorrow without anything on top of these at all. I'm hoping to get to a point where it's like a smoothly operating flexi system like this, with all the sliders, with all the rotating platforms, and some method of actually powering it. But that's even doing all that tomorrow seems ambitious. Wish me luck. It is day 4 of the flexing tiles trick, and I've got some good news and some bad news. The good news is that the foundational system is finished and it works. This part of it sort of flexing and forming the 2 different orientations, this part Works exactly as I intended. The bad news, and we'll get to some more details about that in a sec, but the bad news is that the second part of what I wanted to do today, which was figuring out how this thing is going to be powered, figuring out how the thing is actually going to make those transformations, is probably going to be not possible. I don't know how I'm going to do it, and it's turning out to be probably a huge problem that's going to really require some thought. So I guess we can talk about good news first. So it is all mounted on those spinny plates, which we talked about. They are in here. You can see them underneath each of the 4 boards, and those are mounted onto sliders. So you can see as the thing expands, they slide out and they also rotate. So they slide out and rotate. Right, we can sort of see that here. And so that's what this framework is all for in the middle, these 4 sliders in there. And then the tape around the inside edge is a hinge, as well as the tape around the outside edge, acts as a hinge. So these 2 pulley system things, very unlikely that these will end up in the final clip. So if you're wondering what they are here to sort of just, they were my first attempts at creating some kind of system that will force the square back into its shape in each position. So this corner here and this corner here, they both take paths where they kind of go out and then back in. So you'll see here it goes from here and then it goes out. It goes a little bit further away, right, from the pulley point on the edge of the table, right? So it's slight, but it does go out further and then come back in. And so if it comes out and then back in, if you have a weight attached to it, then theoretically it should kind of snap into each position, which it does. So once I get it past the halfway point, right, it kind of the weights take over and pull it the rest of the way, and that happens in both positions. So if I go the other way, same thing happens. Problem is, of course, that things are going to be built on top of the surface here, so I can't have string paths that just like go and interfere with the entire thing on the board segments. So I don't, and I can't do them on the underside, obviously, because there's all this other infrastructure under here. So I made this mostly just as an attempt to like see what might work, see how much force it would require. And it's just really difficult. Like, I knew this isn't going to be the actual solution, but it's as good a place to start as any, I guess, because I'm completely stumped as to how I'm going to do it. The problem as well is that, like, ideally, I have a system that like snaps the boards back into each position, but without being difficult to move out of position. So I want it to be really easy to move it to the halfway point, but then have something that like, come on. So really, I want it to be really easy. Like it can be something that can be done with like a very basic string pull or like ball push or something. But then I want it to like snap like pretty quickly into position, because then otherwise, the ball needs to sort of go around in that spiral design and make it to the next board in the segment. So the actual closing back up of the whole thing needs to be pretty quick to give the ball enough energy to make it around. But if it's quick, if there's a lot of energy compressing the squares, then there's a lot of energy to overcome to get the squares to move in the first place. So it's this impossible balance that, like, I want it to be really, really easy to move it out of position, but then still have a ton of energy snapping back into the second position, and then having that be true for both orientations. Like, I don't know how that's going to be possible. I don't really know if there's a way of making a weight system that's really easy to lift, but then it acts as like a very strong force, a strong pulling force, but it's lifted very easily. I don't know if that's possible to make. And it's really starting to occur to me that this probably should have been something that I planned on or planned through from the start, rather than something I'm trying to integrate in like phase 3 or phase 2 maybe of this build. But I knew that going in. I knew that this would be a challenge. But I made the call that like I can't really think about it now because I have basically no concept of how big this thing is going to be or what the motions are going to be like, or like I just knew that, or I figured that it would be easier to integrate the method of transforming the square after I have at least something to work with, rather than just trying to plan every single little thing in my head from the start. So I can't say that was a bad call necessarily, but I am realizing now that I might really need to backtrack here. I might really need to redesign some of the very beginning stuff, some of the stuff that I made right at the very beginning. I'm hoping I don't have to, but I don't know what I'm going to do to make it, and it's still a challenge of transforming it 4 times, right? You can't just pull a string, right? Because then the string stays attached. You're going to have to, to change its orientation 4 times, it's going to need to, I don't know. I do not know. I have no ideas how I'm going to make the square do the transformations and make it easy to do those transformations and then make it repeatable to do those transformations. But yeah, a challenge for tomorrow, I guess. It is day 5 of the flexing tiles trick, and I think I have figured out how I'm going to make the mechanism actually work, how I'm going to power the whole thing. And that is all down to these gear things on the sides. Hopefully they won't be too intrusive visually, but they do serve a very important role. So they're not gears in the traditional sense, like they're not really making something rotate, but they are pulling and pushing through kind of a piston-like motion. So as this gear, the big one, goes around, it pulls on this arm, and I'll show this all in a second. But it pulls on this arm, which kind of pulls the squares out of, and well, I'll just say at the start, this and this are happening simultaneously. They are both synchronized, but they're pulling on opposite sides. It kind of needs support from both ends to kind of pull and push things together into position. Doing it from just one side doesn't really work too well. So just keep in mind that whatever I'm talking about over here happens over here at the same time as well. So as it rotates around, this big gear pulls on the arm, that pulls it out of position, and then it reaches a maximum point over here where it's furthest away, and then it keeps rotating around, and then pushes, but it actually will push back into the opposite position and then repeat. So it'll continue to pull, and then it'll pull out back again and then back into this position. So it's hard to describe, but hopefully I can demonstrate what it'll look like. So basically the challenge was to figure out how to turn this sort of toggle motion into a linear motion, which would be pulling on a string, right? Which can make something rotate. So I'm turning the linear motion of a weight falling, which this is just a placeholder weight at the moment. There's no way this is enough weight. I don't even think I'm going to pull it off this side of the table, actually. So I'm turning the linear motion of the weight falling into a rotational motion of the gears into a sort of back and forth piston motion on this arm to sort of pull and push the squares in and out of position. So it's, and the idea will eventually be to limit how far the weight can fall and just do incremented weight fall so that it pulls only a specific amount to get the boards to switch into their second position, third position, fourth position, and so on. So let's just demonstrate it. I can't really promise that this will work too well, but at least hopefully you'll see the seed of an idea that works. So if I pull on this, they should operate at the same time, and we should get some kind of thing that works. So there you go. So you see how they're pulling into that second position now? When they both reach their maximum close points, they're really pushing in to lock the square perfectly. And if I keep going, similar thing happens. So now they've done the same thing, except they're locked into that original position. So I'm out of string at the moment, so I have to solve that problem of just running out of length of string to pull. That might be a tough challenge actually, but I think there might be ways around that. So you can sort of see that's what the idea is. So they spin around, they pull and push, and then just the momentum of it shifting causes it to go back into a different position rather than just the way it came. So it's going to be figuring out the weight incrementing, like how to. Yeah, I mean, I'm still miles away really from building anything on top of these on top of these boards, honestly, which is a scary thought considering we're approaching a week working on this clip. But yeah, that might just be how long this one takes. This one's quite involved. Yeah, tomorrow we'll be working on. I mean, I can't say this will happen tomorrow necessarily, but it'll be working on getting to a point where I have just a simple system of just incremental releases, just like maybe it's levers, maybe it's balls that get pushed or push something off a table, just like some sequence of 4 inputs that's very easy that results in zoop, switch 1, zoop, number 2, zoop, position 3, zoop, position 4, like something that I can just knock weights off the table or pull on levers or something. I want to get to the point where the machine is basically making all 4 independent transformations in a controlled way before even putting anything at all on top of this board. But yeah, like I said, I cannot promise we'll be there tomorrow. Day 6 of the flexing tiles trick, and it finally feels like maybe we're getting somewhere. So I have completed, sort of, the method that actually powers the flexing of the tiles. It does not work intermittently yet, right? So the whole point is that it'll work in stages. Right now, it just it's just all in a row. It just all happens all at once. But that's still a huge mark of progress. So I'll show it in just a sec. The most disappointing thing that has happened is that I have decided that I can't do 4 changes of the board. So the original concept is sort of dead. So the original idea of having the little swirls on each one with little bridges and like crossing paths or whatever, that is dead. That unfortunately is not going to be possible because I can't do 4 tile shifts. I can't do 4 transformations. The most I can do is 2. And the reason for that is just because it needs so much weight. Well, I guess the weight is it's partly due to weight. But in order to get this thing to actually transform, you need to unwind these pulleys. And then, of course, that requires weights to pull on these pulleys. And those weights need to fall. And there's just not enough distance to work with to get these to spin enough to do 4 different transformations. And there are hacks around it to solve for distance or like pull distance. And you could do like double pulleys, which sort of have, or it doubles the amount of distance that can be pulled by basically increasing the weight or doubling the amount of weight. But it needs this much weight as is, which is already kind of insane. And so double that amount is, first of all, more than I actually have. It's more weight than I actually have, at least in the form of ring weights. I mean, obviously I could, put anything on there. But the point is, after a certain point, it becomes impossible to manage, and it just becomes too much weight to even be reasonable to work with. And it starts to really just test the limits of the system entirely. Like things will just start completely breaking down after a certain point. Like glue is not meant to hold up under that much weight. Tape isn't meant to hold up. The gears start slipping. The string slips off the pulleys. It just at a certain point becomes impossible to work with. So it needs to be 2 transformations. And I think I have an idea for what the new trick is going to be, if we can get to that point in this demonstration. So let's actually just do it. Let me show you what it looks like when it works. So this is how much weight is required, and if I put it off of the 2 pulleys, just like this, let's make sure it's lined up. Okay, here we go. So let's just watch the center board, and you can see that it'll do 2 transformations back to back, and then stop in the second one. Ready? Here we go. Basically, perfect. And so it's also timed up, it's synchronized, so that the second orientation is reached at the exact point that these hit the floor. So I don't even have to put in anything to stop them. They reach the second point, or the first point, I guess, depending on how you look at it. It's back to the way it started. It reaches this orientation at the exact time that these hit the floor. So that's all calculated. As I mentioned, it's not intermittent. So I still have to put in the methods that sort of stop it at certain orientations. So I have to put in, what I'm going to do is add some of these along the rim here to prevent this from rotating at certain points. So I only need to actually put in one of these. It only needs to stop like halfway. So I only need to do one of these on each one, of course. And then I have to make a method to release it initially. And then this is how it stops at the end. So that's already taken care of. All right. So that's hopefully not going to be too much of a big deal. Let's talk about what the new trick is going to be. The thing that's actually going to go on top here. So, let me just set it up sort of. So it's not perfect. It's not completely perfect. Actually, I'm going to need 2 more small tracks just to show. So it's going to be sort of like this. Pretend that these are just normal tracks. I'm just using them for the length of the track, basically. So that's there, like that. And then this one is like this. And this isn't going to be perfect, obviously. But it should be close enough for you to get the idea. So, the ball, which doesn't matter what the ball is, will start here in this position. This is the starting position, of course. Let's take these off so that we can actually spin the board freely. All right. So ball starts here, and it'll just have some kind of in track, some lead-in track. It'll just go around, across here, and stop here. There'll be some barrier at the end to hold it in place there. First transformation happens. Just like that. You'll notice that this piece here is rotating. When it enters this position, it is going clockwise, and that kicks the ball to roll in that direction. So ball rolls this way across these two and reaches the end here. Same thing happens again. There's a barrier. It reaches the barrier and stops. Then the second transformation happens, and this piece that it's on is rotating again clockwise, and that kicks the ball out this way. So the ball rolls out this way, and it exits the board, and just maybe it'll be onto a track or whatever it is. So those are 2 transformations. And so it sort of gets from this point and exits off of this point. But, it needs to do those transformations, or else that's not possible, right? Because these tracks don't connect. So that's sort of the logic behind why the transformations are important. But yeah, that's hopefully gonna work. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. So I still have to make the sort of releases for this. I still want to get to a point where I can just run like a simple thing, like knock something off the table, or just release a couple balls or a couple levers or something, and just see the transformations happen based on like really, really simple inputs and just get to a point where that is working. That is the next step. Then we can start building on top of these. But I just wanted to give you an update on what the modified version of the trick is going to be. Hopefully. But yeah, it's coming along. I can feel a bit more. I can feel the end in sight now. That's actually something that we haven't experienced yet. It's just I feel like I have a solid grasp on how much is left to do. So yeah, it's coming along all right. It is day 7 of working on this flexing tiles trick. Somehow it's been an entire week of working on this, but I can say now that we are finished with one major phase of the build process. We are now at a stage where with just 2 very simple inputs, one being knocking over this domino here, the other being unclipping this clothespin here, I can activate both transformations of the flexing tiles, which we're about to demonstrate in just a sec. So the basic setup is we've got the hanging weight over here, and this is pulling on both of these pulleys, which are rotating both of these gears simultaneously. There are these stoppers here that will stop each of the rotations at the exact same point on both sides after one full revolution, or essentially one full revolution. It's like a couple of degrees shy. And that will be stopping the tiles after one flex, so a transformation into position 2, basically. And then there is the second release is this clothespin that drops the lock, which is the weight that pulls out both of these pins at the same time. That causes the pulleys to continue to rotate and continue rotating the gears. That shifts the flexing tiles into position 2, or back to the way that it started, basically. And so that comes to a stop by the weights hitting the floor, which we talked about yesterday. So here we go. Here it should work. Ready? First input, knocking over this domino here, and the tiles will shift. I want to get a good shot. Here we go. Beautiful. And so now you can see that these are resting against the pins on both sides. They are coming to rest against the sliding pins. And so it is perfectly in the second position. Now, we release the weights again, or we release the pins by dropping the weight here, and then, beautiful, a position, or a shifting into position 2. So, that has essentially taken a full week to get to that point. But now that we're here, we can continue actually putting something on top of this. We can actually make the trick that I wanted to make, which we talked about yesterday with the track layout. I mean, fingers crossed, that part will come together pretty quickly. But, God, I mean, I don't know how this has taken so long. But I guess all I can hope for is that part is the easy part and not what we've been through already. Wish me luck. It is day 8 of the flexing tiles trick, and it is finally done. So I haven't gotten it to work or anything yet, but it does seem very likely that it will work without much trouble. It does seem pretty reliable. There are technically a few things that haven't been completed yet, so there is still this track that leads out of frame that I still have to make, and the line of dominoes leading into frame that I still have to make. So once I get the final camera angle in place, once I get the camera all set up, I'll know exactly how long that track needs to be and kind of what shape I want to make it. But that's obviously not a concern. The things that I worked on today was obviously putting all the stuff on the top of the platforms here, and adding the levers that transition down to the table to activate each of the transformations of the flexing tiles. So the first part of the process is the ball starts on this track here, goes down the squiggle path this way, and ends at this end. That knocks this lever, which is of course mounted to the table, not to the tiles. And it is positioned in such a way, cleverly, it is kind of cool that it works out this way, where even though it looks like it's going to be in the way when the tiles flex, it's actually not. So if I just do it really quick, I can show you that actually once this is activated, it actually ends up swinging around more like that. But even still, you know, it's not in the way, which is kind of cool. And similarly down here, all of this stuff is also not in the way. So even there's like not a lot of clearance there. But yeah, so this one ends up like this in this position. But yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm proud of the way that I was able to squeeze in everything down here and sort of running the track directly through the pulley system that I had created a few days ago. But yeah, let's just show it in action. I won't do the entire trick. I don't have the weights set up or anything, but I can sort of manually show each step of the process. So what will happen here, ball rolls through, hits the lever, releases the marble, and that knocks over the domino. We talked about how the domino activates the first transformation. So that looks like this. And you can see that the marble kind of nudges the lever out of the way as it rolls down, just sort of getting it out of the way. It's a cool little trick to do that. So that will activate the first transformation. And let's see. I don't know if I can really do it quickly enough to get it to work, but we can try. Okay, kind of. Yeah, not quite fast enough. And also, because I don't have control over both sides of the board at once, this side doesn't line up perfectly. This is why you need the levers controlling both sides simultaneously, because controlling one side, just the tolerances aren't strong enough. But yeah, so then that rotation, obviously the energy of it rotating clockwise in this case, sort of causes it to flick forward and roll across. Almost that time. But you can see what I mean. So with the actual machine doing it, it will have enough speed, and then it'll roll across like this. All right, perfect. And see, this lever gets out of the way as well, and now this knocks off this, which releases the clothespin, and we talked yesterday about how the clothespin releases these rods, these stop rods. That releases the gears to rotate again, and that causes the second transformation, which is this, and that just ends the clip. So that transformation obviously is it going back to its original position. So it starts here, and then rotates around, and that rotation, that clockwise rotation, sort of kicks the ball around. And this one is pretty reliable. This actually gets to the end without needing a whole lot of force. So this clip should be fairly reliable. Yeah, I just really like it. I think I was able to smoothly transition away from my original idea, which required 4 transformations of the board, to a trick that required only 2 transformations of the board. It looks like this is what I was planning on doing the entire time. I think it makes sense as a trick, which is really good. It's something. I mean, I was really struggling to think of ideas for like what was actually going to go on the board, like right at the beginning, and so it took a while to even think of the idea that I originally had. So then to be able to just adapt on the fly under additional constraints and come up with something that I'm still happy with, I'm pretty impressed with that. So yeah, I really like this trick. So it goes this way, stops there, transforms, goes this way, stops there, transforms this way, and comes back like that. Pretty cool. I am really happy with this. And like, it looks good. I'm happy. I'm happy with it. I was worried initially that all of this sort of crap on this side and this side would distract from the motion and make it harder to follow. But I think just having a clear focal point in the center, having something that is very obviously much, much, much simpler than the rest of it, with this very obvious like eye attention center of attention, like an eye-catching object to follow. I think it'll work. Like I don't mean like I think the trick will work. I think the trick will work, but I think it'll work visually. I think it will be obvious what you're supposed to be paying attention to and what you're not supposed to be paying attention to. What is just there as infrastructure to make the trick work. So yeah, we'll really have to see, but I think this is a success overall. I'm really happy with this. All right, I won't probably do an update tomorrow, even though technically the clip's not done until it works, right? But unless something drastic changes, this will be the last update. It is day one of this walking gears timing trick thing. And the special announcement is that I have a special guest for one day who helped me with this clip. So, say hello.
Hi, I'm Zane, the Contraption King.
So Zane is visiting today for just a couple of hours, but we were able to do the first couple stages of this trick. So the idea is taking two kind of existing ideas that I've done before and blending them into a new version. So the first is the sort of timing trick of having rotating tracks that are motor powered, and then having a ball that kind of rolls across them, and then as they're rotating, it just like perfectly meets up to allow right at the transition point to allow the ball to continue on. And I've done this a few times before, probably most recently in Dominoes Machines round 7. So this is a sort of a fresh take on that, and it's blending that with the concept of the walking gears, which is basically when one gear goes in front of the other. So the idea of a walking trick in general is this idea that the track that's behind gets kind of replenished and goes in front. So it just like continually creates new paths for the ball. So I'm not actually completely fully confident that this will work the way we envision it. But that is kind of the idea, is that they'll be rotating with the power of a motor at the same time as the ball is rolling across, and then while the ball is rolling across the center one, this one on this side will like whip around really quickly to catch it and time it up perfectly to catch it as it rolls off the backside here. I don't really know how this is going to work necessarily, but we did spend most of the day just building the infrastructure for it. So,
Yeah.
you want to talk about it? We can do that.
We also spent a lot of time just like discussing if this would actually work and what the trick would actually, just be. Because
Yes.
it's like, I don't know, because what you were saying about the speed of the motor and how fast that would mean the ball has to go across in comparison.
Yeah, so there's a lot of factors to sort of keep in mind all at the same time, because there's the factor of the rotation, which is sort of this planetary gear motion. There's the rotation, obviously, and then there's also the speed at which the rotation can happen and the speed at which the planetary swivel can happen. So, and then there's the mathematics of whether it really lines up, right? So like when the ball enters, it might be sort of offset a little bit this way because it takes some time for the ball to roll across the track. So by the time that it rolls across, that, it has to be offset just slightly so that to give it enough time to synchronize by the time the ball gets to the transition point. And then as it rolls across this track, how much more has it desynchronized? So, maybe it's about this much of a rotation by the time the ball is ready to transition to the next. And in that case, where would this line up in that case? So maybe, it might be ready to transition at this point. And so it's kind of going to be following this arc, maybe. So that's kind of what we're thinking, but it's going to be up to me to sort of take the trick the rest of the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you want to talk about how, like, with the issues with the chain and like why we did the chain?
Why, oh, because we needed we needed the tracks to be farther apart. But
Yeah.
then it created the issue of when you have a chain, the gears rotate the same way.
Yes.
Which was, like, doesn't seem like a big issue, but
it creates a completely different illusion for the track. It looks totally different when the tracks rotate in the same direction versus opposite directions. And actually, it makes it way, way harder for the transition point to happen, right? Because it's basically, when they're rotating in the same direction, they are always in sync, and they're always meeting, right? And they're just a little bit further apart. But when they're crossing, like in this case, they're only in sync at like this moment, right? So it makes it really hard to get the transition to actually happen at the perfect moment. So it will be much more difficult this way. But we decided that it needed to be a chain. It needed to be chain driven, just because they needed to be further apart. Like, in order to have enough time for that for the whip around motion to happen, the ball needs to actually roll for a decent amount of distance. There needs to be a decent amount of time that it's actually rolling across one of these tracks. And so the tracks have to be longer, which means the gears have to be further apart, which means, you got to separate them with a chain. You can't just put them together.
And then at first we had a steel ball, so it would have more momentum. But then that, like, most of the time was spent actually making this whole module stable.
Yeah.
And, like, this car it used to be a wheel, and, like...
Yeah, I mean, and just sort of trying to overcome the pretty crappy constraints of Connects, or tolerances of Connects. Like, there is still some wiggle and jiggle, right? And that's just going to have to be. And so...
Yeah, you can see when this ball goes across, it goes, like, this goes down, and then, so, like, when it's here, it can't even go on this track since it's lower now. And then, like, this... But... Good thing I'm not going to be the one dealing with that.
So, I mean, it's always possible that this completely materializes into something else, right?
Or it just gets simplified. Into, like,
or that.
Literally just, there's no motor, but it wouldn't be...
I mean, there is this kind of cool secondary motion that I discovered where, like, if you just rotate this one, it kind of powers the second one as well. And similarly, in the other direction, you can make it go back.
Yeah.
And so, that could be something.
It's a base for something cool.
It's a base for something cool at the very least. So there's definitely a fallback option. I don't know exactly what yet, but there is the playground to play on to potentially make something else. So I'm not too worried that this will just be a complete waste, right? Mm-hmm. Like, that's the ultimate good thing. But yeah, it'll be fun to see how this turns out. It is day one of the walking gears, timing, rotating tracks trick, something like that. I really don't know how much of the trick is going to be demonstratable or even, like, clear to see at the moment, but here's what I've got. So doing vertical walking gears is something I've done in the past. Probably the best example would be Just Offer Any Suggestion. There's that clip with the train that rolls across each track, and then the gears, carry each track in it like it does a walking motion. But horizontal walking motions have always been very, very challenging because when you do it vertically, you've got the advantage of equal distribution of gravity, so you don't have to necessarily worry quite as much about the constraints and the tolerances of whatever linkage arms you're using. When you do it horizontally, though, you end up with this sort of cantilevered system like this. And previously, I had never been able to make something like this because I just didn't have the capability of, holding out an arm level and then keeping it extended like this. Because, with Kinects, if you try to do something like this, it would just sag. It would just completely sag and it would be pointless. You couldn't make something like this. So yet again, these little spinny platforms are coming in clutch. So I have been able to create basically a linkage system that works as a walking gear motion. So the premise is you've got this one that stays put as the second one rolls around, and then you've got this that'll sort of, I don't know how it'll attach in place, it'll maybe magnetize, and then you've got this one that rolls around the outside, and then you can extend this one out again. Now, I'm thinking I'm probably only going to do 2 of those motions rather than all 3, but it's always possible to do another if I choose to. I don't quite think that's going to be possible. So what is the idea? So you'll notice I've got a motor here, and this adds even more spinny business to the whole system. I won't turn it on yet because it'll make noise, and I don't want to talk over the noise. But that makes each of these rotate, obviously. It's a motor. It makes it rotate. Everything's moving by itself. But the idea is that I'll have tracks on top of these gears, and I'll do that sort of like motion where the ball kind of is timed up so that it rolls just across each one. Except I'm going to try to do it so that it rolls slowly enough that it kind of exits or enters on one side and then exits 90 degrees to the entrance point. So it'll go in this way and kind of come out this way and then come in this way and out this way. So it'll end up with this sort of snaky S motion as it goes across both gears. So that'll be a step for next, I don't know, whenever this is ready for that step. But the next sort of thing to do is, there's a lot, I don't know what the next thing is necessarily, but there's a lot before I even get to that point. So, that's why there's all these spinny platforms, is because not only does it have to be able to pivot around, it also has to pivot around while this one is being held stationary. So it needs even more. I can't even do this with one hand, but it needs all of these to be held stable, right? It needs to be able to roll around like a planetary gear as well. So that's an extra level of spin. It isn't just statically rotating, it's dynamically rotating. It's like a planetary gear. And then also for this one, it's also a planetary gear. So that's a whole lot of spinning. But with the motor, that's kind of what allows me to do that. So one orientation here, and then this flings around. Then the motor will have to be held stable. So it'll be like this in one position, right? And then this one will get flicked around. I mean, again, like I can't hold all this stuff all at once. Okay, it's practically hopeless to try to demonstrate this. But it gets flicked around. Come on. Oh, whatever. And then this is going to be like this. And then this one gets flicked around. Oh my, this is just, there's no point. I can't even hold it. There's too much stuff needs to be held in place. And so that would be the second, and then maybe this would be the third. I don't know. But, good lord. Let's turn this off, if I can. I can reach in. Okay. My god. I don't know. This seems like it's potentially going to have to turn into some other thing. I don't know. It's one of those where, like, I have an idea of what I want to make, but realistically, I'm just building a little playground for myself to play with, and then once I get to this point, now I can kind of decide if that original idea is even possible, and then maybe take it somewhere else from there. Maybe this gives me some idea for some other cool thing. Like, I really don't know, but I'm happy with how it came out so far. This is pretty stable, right? There's no lagging and sagging and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's pretty good. This is not something I could have done with Kinects for sure. So, we'll see what this materializes into. I really don't know. It is day 2 of the walking gears rotation timing thing. Still haven't come up with a good name. And some good progress has been made, although I'm still not totally sure what the final idea is. I think I'm pivoting a little bit from what I wanted to do yesterday, but I didn't really go into that much detail about what it was yesterday. So it's hard for me to really say how much of the idea has actually changed. But yeah, what we have currently is a system for the gears actually walking and sort of, one kind of going from behind to in front and then the next one going from behind to in front. And so it's a double movement. There are 2 movements. So these rotation platforms have yet again come in handy. So I guess what happens basically is the first one pivots around like this and locks in here. And these 2 platforms are lined up perfectly so that their axis of rotation is like perfectly in line. So that the second part can then just rotate around it. Make sense? Cool. So there are a couple of things that I have added that will allow this to happen. So I've created both of the methods of the movement, right? So that's an important part of this machine, obviously, is that the machine has to actually move the 2 discs by itself, right? It can't be human powered. This is very obvious. So I've created this lever. This lever is the part that triggers the first part to move around. This will probably end up being changed because it requires an insane amount of force. You need to just like really pull on it to give it enough force to get around. And then the launcher is the other one. And that pushes the second half around. And then there's also this off-table weight that is pulling on that one, on that second half. So sort of once it's just one of those, I don't remember what I called it in the 50 machine ideas or 50 machine mechanisms series, but it's something about like a unbalanced or off-balanced rotation wheel or something. Basically, the idea is once you push it ever so slightly out of parallel with the pulling force can just pull it the rest of the way. So you just need to nudge it out of position a little bit. But yeah, let's turn this on and I can demonstrate the 2 parts. All right. And of course, there will be tracks on top of these, I'm pretty sure, unless I pivot the idea completely. All right, let's see if this works. I'm going to try pulling on this really hard. There we go. And so it's locked in. You can see this dice is now lined up here. And there's also the magnets under there that have locked in place. Now, the launcher goes, and the second walking motion happens. Just like that. And you can see this block prevents the motor from rotating, and then this magnet locks against the wheel, or the wheel casing. So yeah, that is basically perfect, as I expected, and we will see what this turns into tomorrow. It is partway through day 3 of this trick, and I have some good news and some bad news. So the good news is that we're at a point now where all of the main operations of the machine work with simple inputs. This is kind of a milestone moment for any machine where you can sort of get every big motion to work by simply knocking a weight off the table or by triggering a launcher or something very basic, rather than having every motion be human powered, where it's just like, yeah, and then somehow the machine is going to swivel this entire gear around to here. You've been able to funnel all of those big motions, big complicated motions down into very simple inputs. So we're at that point now. So I guess I'll just demonstrate it. So let's turn the motor on. This is going to be more or less very similar to what I had yesterday. But actually, before I do that, let me show you what I did change. I said I probably would change this lever. I have changed the length of this arm. But more importantly, I've added a disconnecting string pull onto here. So there's this little thing. This is just a spacer, basically. And so once it can pull for a certain distance, but once it gets to this point, it disconnects. And then there's some weights. Whoa, I bumped into something. There are weights off the end of this table that are pulling everything around in the circle. So let's just show what we have so far. Whoop. Okay. So theoretically, we'd have a ball. This is like according to plan. Theoretically, we'd have a ball roll across. Oh my God. Obviously, this would be calculated. The machine would do it in a more precise way than I can manually. All right, see if I can do it though. Yeah, pretty much that. So that would happen in its first orientation. I won't do it for all the orientations, but then this would happen. We got position 2, and then the dice comes into position, and then the string disconnects. You can see that it's now here. This was the weight that disconnects, and then the third position, we trigger the launcher, and for some reason that was extraordinarily slow. I'll have to look into that. But it did make it all the way around. Hooray. And now that's the third position. So, I will turn the motor off in a second. What is the bad news? The bad news is that I don't even think that this original concept is really going to work with the motor and the gears and the tracks. The reason being, I guess I'll turn the motor off now. I was going to... There's an important reason that has to do with the motor, and it's kind of hard to visualize without the motor actually being on, but you'll just have to take my word for it. So the problem is that nothing about the actual idea with the timing tricks and the gears and the tracks and everything turns out elegantly at all. It does not... I talk about... I think about machines as... Or like good machine ideas is about sort of demonstrating an emergent property of something or an emergent behavior of something that you've made. So if you've created some kind of motion, the best machine tricks are ideas that sort of demonstrate an emergent property of that motion, something that you couldn't do with any other motion, something that this specific thing that I've built is unlocking this specific motion and this specific like path sequence or arrangement of tracks or gear motion or whatever it is, right? So what the main concept here is kind of these spinning platforms that allow this sort of walking motion. But making the gears on top do the thing that I planned just does not really emerge naturally from this. So what do I mean by that? In the first position, let's walk everything back. In the first position, which is here, the ball would have to start from this side and roll across and exit on this side. That is just how the rotation works. And no, the rotation cannot be inverted because just the way that everything kind of pushes against itself, the rotation going the other direction would screw everything up. But that means the ball exits around here. So it comes off and exits here. So, put a track there, right? Well, not that simple, because obviously that is now in the way whenever this rolls around, okay? Sure, you can do a track here, ball rolls down, and then it like lifts out of the way. That's doable. I've built stuff like that before. But it's another thing that I've talked about a lot in the past, machine maintenance. And I just do not like machine maintenance. This is sort of any kind of upkeep. This is sort of, machine maintenance is any kind of general upkeep that you have to do in the machine to just force it to work. It's like moving tracks out of the way to make sure things don't hit each other. It's sort of resetting things. It's levers that like move stuff out of the way. And just like, okay, so now this has to move over here. Now we're setting things up for the next phase of the trick, basically. And the more of that there is, the less elegant the trick becomes. Because then it's just like, okay, well, yeah, you've done all that stuff. Of course the second part of the trick works. I don't know. It's just really inelegant to me. I think it's really... what I aim for is like the first phase of the trick happens, and that just kind of naturally sets up the second phase of the trick. And you don't have to like move tracks out of the way or reset things or whatever. So that's only one ingredient of it. If it was just that, so be it. Whatever. Who cares? The problem is, though, that the ball exits on this side, but the next thing that happens is that this weight needs to go. So now suddenly this ball has to lead somehow to this end of the table, and that's confusing. And then like in the second position, the ball starts from this side. So how do you get back from this side to this side? And then it comes off to here. And then this has to trigger this, which would be a natural connection. So the ball coming off of this side, triggering the launcher, that makes some sense. But then, like, this is ignoring the fact that in order to have the timing be right, I would need to put, like, some kind of governing system on one of these gears, like an extending arm or something that releases little gates as it goes around, and that sort of resynchronizes the whole machine. And then, like, if there's a little thing and that triggers a gate, the gates would be releasing the balls at the right time so that the synchronization works. And, like, at this point, there's just so much that isn't even the trick that I wanted to make that the trick becomes lost. I'm just realizing, I think, more than anything, that the motor has to go. The gears have to go. The tracks have to go. Well, there might be tracks. But, like, I think keep the whole sort of, walking system, right, with these spinny platforms. That part's cool. And could be salvaged into something. But, like, get rid of everything on top. Just get rid of it. And put something else on top that's the same weight so that all of these things that I've worked hard on are still going to work. But yeah, I think it might just need to be platforms. It might need to be... I don't know. I do not know. But it'll be... I like the idea of this sort of, like, this one swings around, and then this one swings around, and then it's still possible if I can trigger, or if I can just tweak a couple of things, to then expand that first part again, and make a 4-segment walking motion, or with 3 movements, as opposed to a 3-segment with 2 movements. So yeah, I'm going to just rip all this stuff off the top of these discs. That's what I'm going to do. And then just kind of go back to the drawing board, figure out what else I want to put on top. I am open to the possibility as well of just doing gears with tracks without the motor. I think there's just too much going on. I think doing the walking motion and the timing trick is just too much. It's just muddying the waters a bit, and it's just creating so much extra connection work that has to be done. And, like, it doesn't look overwhelming now, but if I were to continue making this, it would just be too much, and it just would not look good. I can't picture how this could end up looking good in its current state. So I need to completely rethink things. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what I think of by the end of the day. It is day 4 of the walking planetary gears trick. Hey, look at that. The clip actually has a name now because, well, I finally know what I'm actually building. And today is just good news. No bad news today. We have completely renovated what the trick actually is. I removed the motor. This is all that's left of, what I had built of that. And just kind of stripped it down to just the gears. So I've kept the, spinning platform things. I've kept the whole mechanism that allows for the walking motion of sort of one kind of going around the other and then the other one going around the first one. I've kept all that, and it is just planetary gears now. So it's basically just removing the motor and changing what the trick was. Because previously it was all about that kind of timing trick where you roll the ball across and then it kind of transitions at the exact point that the tracks are together, and it sort of does this kind of cool motion. But that's now been changed in favor of planetary gears where one track starts on this side and then rolls around the outside of the next gear and meets up on this side. And so this is a way better trick. I am very, very happy with what this trick is now. It is far more concise, it is far more easy to understand, and it is far more elegant. This is a way, way, way better trick than the other one ever could have even been if everything had worked out. So, it's a very good change. So, the idea is to basically do a walking gears motion where the gear travels, or the track from here travels to here, and then the track from here travels in front of that one. And do it with one ball rolling across all of them. And so when the ball makes it onto this track, this one really quickly goes whoop, 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 and swivels around to here. And then as soon as it transitions onto that one, this one then and lands here. And so it's 2 walking motions to basically carry the ball and fill the gaps to carry the ball to its destination. And so it's tricky timing. It's very concise, or it's very precise. It has to be very exact. There's not a lot of wiggle room to work with timing. So that'll be the next step. But I've managed to do it. Actually, before I talk about that, I also want to say that I've kept this system. So the system for releasing everything is more or less the same. The release for the first one did have to be changed, but the launcher is still the mechanism for swiveling the second one around. So most of the stuff is, I didn't have to completely strip everything down entirely, which was good. Getting to this point wasn't that hard. I spent a lot of the day just kind of working out little issues and sort of figuring out what I actually wanted to make. But anyway, yes, so I've managed to do the actual trick manually, with me releasing things at specific times, as opposed to having a machine that is releasing things at the proper times. And I've gotten it to work once, manually. And that is good enough for me for tonight, just to prove that it can be done and that the timing is in fact possible. So, I won't try to do it again now because it's hard enough with 2 hands, and I'm holding the camera with 1 hand. But I'll show you in parts. So this is I should also mention, the table is tilted. So that is why it looks as though the ball is rolling on a track that's not even tilted. So it's a very, very, very slightly sloped track to allow the ball to roll very, very slowly. So that is the speed that the ball goes, and that is about as slow as I can make it, and that gives me as much time to work with as possible. So I can try to actually do the first part, but trying to do both is going to be a little bit tough. Let's see if I can do the first part, though. And this will be a proof of concept, just so you can see what it's going to be like. So first one goes like that, and so you can see how tight that timing is. And basically, as soon as that ball transitions onto... As soon as that ball transitions onto this track, this one basically has to start going. So it's going to be very quick. It's going to be like one goes, and then immediately the next one goes. So that's one of the motions. You can see that the disconnecting string is here, and that disconnects so that we're free to go on the next one. And then the next one is just like, well, let's actually put the ball across and see how this, I can sort of simulate it. That has been happening recently, and I got to figure out exactly why. But that's the idea. So it's a lot of fun. I really, really like this clip. It'll just be sort of figuring out how to make sure things are released at the exact proper times. I do have to figure out what's going on there, where the ball jumps out. But yeah, I should also mention these gears here. These are stationary gears. They basically just prevent the gear that is locked in place from rotating. Because without it, like obviously these are on spinny plates. So that's why they're able to rotate when they rotate around like this, right? They need to be able to rotate, but I don't want the one that's stationary to rotate when there's one, like I want the planetary gear, I want one to be stationary and one to be able to rotate, but they have to alternate. The one that's not moving or not rotating around needs to be static, and the other one needs to be rotating, and then it needs to alternate. So that was, for a while, I was like, oh God, that's going to be tough to do. How am I going to lock a gear's rotation and then unlock it and then lock it again and so forth? But actually, it's very easy. You just kind of have these here. And these just prevent whichever one is stationary from moving. It's super easy. So that was one of those elegant little solutions that just happened to present itself and like was just, oh, it's that easy. Oh, okay, sweet. Yeah. Not everything is going to be that easy, though. Yep. So just build a track here as well. I don't know necessarily what the transitions will be. I don't know if I'll try to make this a one ball path. That might be fun. But probably this will be earlier in the video. It's not simpler to make. Obviously, it's sort of taken me just about as long as all the other clips. Or it's still taken me quite a long time to make it. So I wouldn't call it simple necessarily, but it is probably going to end up being visually less complicated and less going on than a lot of the other stuff I'm going to try to make for this video. So probably earlier in the video. Anyway, let's just see what happens tomorrow. It is day 5 of the walking planetary gears, and the trick is basically done. So the summary of this entire trick can just be summed up with the absolute carnage that you see on the table, representing all the previous things that I thought this trick might be. There's remnants of a lever, there's remnants of this launcher, which was here yesterday, which was taken out today, and I think said yesterday that this part I was happy to have been able to keep in the machine from the previous iteration. But nope, today I had to remove it. These old gears from back when the motor was a part of the thing. This gear from when the motor was a thing. These things from when the motor was a thing. This extra weight system that I was experimenting with today. This thing I thought was going to be a mount for a lever, which didn't end up working. Oh my God, so much has changed about this trick since the very beginning. And it's in its final state now, and it's fantastic. And I love this thing. Yeah, so and the ball. The ball is now different as well. It's now a metal ball. So the trick is still the same. The trick is still having the walking gears with the planetary gears that go whoop, 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 and then land to here, and then the next one goes and lands here. It is just those two. So what I've added today, besides changing the ball, is the timing system. Yes, I replaced the launcher. So the second one, I don't know. I just decided that I didn't love how one of the little gears here that I talked about yesterday was mounted on a little tower of blocks, and the other one was mounted weirdly on the launcher. And then the other thing I kind of realized is that a launcher really promises too much. It promises something that the clip doesn't really deliver. A launcher promises that something's going to get launched. This like very recognizable machine object is very recognizable. Yeah, it gives the idea that something else is going to happen in the machine that doesn't really happen. And so it didn't even need to really be a launch to push the gear around. It did just need to be a little flick of a lever. And so that's a little bit more subtle and doesn't quite draw your eye as much. So it is an improvement. But yeah, the kind of what I spent a lot of the day trying to do actually is get the timing to work automatically. So weirdly, where I left off yesterday and where I am now in terms of, the double weights and the like each independent release happening independently. That's not all that different from yesterday, but I experimented a lot today with removing them and just having it work by itself kind of automatically. So when the first gear swivels around, it just automatically triggers the next one to go around. And then I figured that if that's locked in as a specific timing, then all I need to do is just adjust the speed of the ball, which I can do by elevating it at different points. That didn't work at all. I don't know. I don't know why I even thought I needed to do it. I just didn't like the idea of trying to time up three separate things: the release of the ball, the release of the first gear, and then the release of the second gear. And I figured that would be an absolute nightmare to do, but it turns out that it was just an absolute nightmare to, figure out how to make the gears trigger themselves. It just... I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know why I went down that rabbit hole and spent all that time doing that. It was not worth it. But we're back to having the inputs triggered independently of each other through a separate timing system, which is what this motorized train is for. A very slow-moving object that is very consistent and can be used to release these weights at very specific, consistent times. Now, this is one of my favorite inventions. It's not new. I did this last year with the jump rope ball, ping pong ball trick. Basically, the idea is you have levers that are mounted on a Connex rod, and that way you can just kind of slide these levers along the Connex rod to adjust the timing to a very specific degree. And obviously, the weights can be placed on this bar at any point. So if I need to subtly move the timing a little bit forward or a little bit back, I can just slide the levers along the rod. And that helps you, instead of regluing and regluing over and over again, every time you need to move a lever, you can just slide it really easily. And again, it's not just for testing. Like when I'm actually filming this clip and somehow the timing changes, I can just kind of adjust it. It's that easy. So yeah, that's a fun little invention there. Let's actually do a demo. Let's see if it works. I basically stopped as soon as it worked once. So I can say that yes, I have gotten the metal ball to roll over the first one, and then as soon as the ball transitions to the second one, the first gear goes around, lands here, the ball transitions, and then as soon as it transitions to the third one, this one rolls around, and it transitions to the fourth one. So I've gotten it to successfully roll over 4 tracks and have those the planetary gear motions happen at the correct intervals to catch the ball. I have seen it work once, and that's when I stopped and picked up the camera to do an update. So hopefully it'll work again. Yeah, let's just see. So we turn on the train. Make sure it's running at full speed. Come on. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Are we ready? Maybe. We shall see. Okay. What on earth was that? What on earth was that? It just didn't even do, the second thing didn't even happen. I don't know. I think I'll have to take a look at the footage maybe to figure out what happened there. But yeah, you'll just have to take my word for it that it worked. So yeah, I just got to add an exit track. Obviously, it doesn't do much when it rolls off the fourth track. It just kind of collides with important elements in the machine and probably breaks them. But yeah, that should be very simple. It just depends on kind of how the clip is going to be framed in the camera shot, and what I have room to make and what would look best to sort of fill the frame. But it would probably be the metal ball exiting frame. But I've got a lot of cleanup to do before I can really see how things look in the camera. But yeah, that'll probably be for tomorrow. I got to finish cleaning up and then adding the final track and then filming. That should be a good day's worth of work. Yeah, I'm happy with how this is turning out, although I do have to figure out why that failed. It is day one of the launching helicopter track trick. Good progress for day one, actually. So there's actually quite a bit that I did and quite a bit to talk about. So what is the idea at this current stage? I want to have a track that is rolled across in the first position, ball rolls across in the first position, and then the idea for the motion is that it's kind of a track that is flying up and down through the air while rotating, and then it's able to sort of make it through a gap. Like let's say there's things to catch it like here and here, so it's able to spin through the gap and fit through on the way up, but it's just perfectly spinning so that it's able to get caught on the way down. So it kind of spins up, continues to rotate, and then lands perfectly on its way down. But the actual way of achieving that motion is quite difficult, and I think launchers are the only way to really do it, and one is not powerful enough. So I need two launchers, and that also helps keep it centered. Instead of having one launcher straight from the center, you do two launchers on spread out a little bit. That helps keep it flat and keep it level. It's a little bit easier to keep it level that way. And then it's all mounted on a Lazy Susan platform. So the challenge was figuring out how to trigger both of the launchers, using the spinning platform, like independently from anything outside of the spinning platform. And so it needs to start spinning and then launch. But I don't want it to happen immediately. I think I don't know. I was hoping it wouldn't happen immediately, and I was hoping it would start spinning and then it would launch, right? It would be like there would be a beat. I don't know if that's really going to be possible. I don't think it's going to be possible. I think it'll basically start spinning and then launch, which I don't know. Maybe that's cool too, because really it's not going to do anything while it's spinning. It's only going to do something once it actually launches. So that would make it seem like more of a singular motion as opposed to a two-part motion, right? If it spins and then waits a little bit and then launches, it makes it sort of seem like there's a two-part motion to it. It's really not. It's just a one-part thing. So I want to maybe it starts to spin, it spins just enough to get up to speed and then launches. And so how am I doing the spin? I have already built that as well. That is using one of these keychain return things. It's wrapped around the base of the Lazy Susan just once. That's plenty. And then whoop, all the way around to here. And then this is a compression lever that is just holding it in place. So I'll demonstrate a couple of things first. I'll demonstrate the spin first, and then I'll demonstrate the launch second. But I don't have a system yet built for sort of governing the timing system between the two to get them to get the track to launch at the perfect time. But anyway, here is the spin. It's just going to be triggered by something rolling into this. Very basic spin. Spins pretty well, pretty fast, and for a decently long time. So then, independently of the spinning motion, we have the launch motion. I won't try to capture the track in the air. I'll just let you see it kind of yeet out of frame instantly. There you go. So triggering the launchers using just a marble a tiny little marble. Also a bit of a challenge. I ended up using a magnet to sort of give it a little bit of oomph going in. That dislodges this lever. Then this lever is holding this button down. So it just holds it down, and then that's what causes the launch to launch. All right. So the plan going forward is to figure out the timing system between the marble and the release of the spin. So this lever and whatever releases the marble. Figure out the exact timing for that. Then basically figure out the exact weight of the track that gets launched. So I'm going to probably add the magnets on it first. Maybe even add some weights to it as well. I think it actually is launching a little too high, a little bit higher than I anticipated or want. So I'll add a couple weights to it as well. But once I've settled on a specific weight, then it'll just be about figuring out the exact height to build the supports at. So it's timed up perfectly with when the track is in a position going from front to back. Or no, sorry, left to right, because it starts front to back. And I want it to end 90 degrees from when it started. So the other orientation. All right. That should be fun. I think it's coming along quite nicely. Nothing too complicated quite yet. Let's see what happens tomorrow. It is day 2 of this launching helicopter track thing. And so far, what we have is pretty much the entire working version of the main idea of the trick. So everything but the connecting paths and connections for the ball path leading in and around and then up and then around and then around, and I don't even know where it's going yet. But the main meat of the trick, the launcher, the catching system, the timing for making them all happen at the right times, that's all done and working. So what we had yesterday was, I think, just the spinning platform with the launchers and the track. What we did not have is any of the timing system. We did not have the catching system, and we didn't have the shock absorber, which is we'll start with the shock absorber. It's a very easy thing to start with. I decided that I didn't like how it looked when this rotated and then just like kept spinning until it ran out of steam. I decided I liked it more when it just did a really quick 180-degree rotation. That's all it needs to launch the track. That's all it needs to basically start getting up to full speed and then launch the track, and then it can just stop. And it just looks a little bit snappier and a little bit more elegant that way. So I think I'll demonstrate what I have so far, just so we can see where the thing is at before going into too much detail about about the other things that I finished today. So yeah, let's just give it a try. Here we go. Not perfect, but you can at least see where I'm coming from. So the idea is that obviously that it comes up, spins, and lands just like that and magnetizes into place for completing the track or completing the gap for another track. So looks like the shock absorber worked perfectly as intended. The timing system here. This is a big metal ball that rolls very slowly, and that's to get very precise timing. The lever here releases the marble, which rolls in, and obviously this is 180 degrees from where it is now. This rolls in through the center and then presses on this magnet to release the launchers. There was a whole big issue last time, or yesterday, but I don't remember if I talked about this or not, where the marble basically has to be past the center point before the whole disc starts rotating, or else centrifugal force just kind of flings it back out the way it came. So if it's past that center point, centrifugal force will fling it in this way and keep it going on in the direction that I want it to go. So I had to basically come up with the perfect timing where the disc will start spinning at like the exact midpoint when the marble crosses the exact midpoint of the spinning disc, or else the marble would just get flung out the way it came. But anyway, it is now perfect. The big ball releases the marble like this, and then releases the platform like that. Okay, the next thing I built was the catching system. And this took a little bit of time to dial in because, like I said yesterday, I needed to add some weights to the bottom of this track. Some of the weights are the magnets that are used to lock the track in place when it gets caught. So these magnets here need to magnetize to the magnets on the bottom of the track so that it locks in place very easily and very consistently. So that's some of the weight, but I've also added some dominoes under here just to add a little bit more weight. It was launching a little too high without it. And then once I added those, it was all about just kind of dialing in the exact height where the track is perfectly horizontal like this, and then changing a couple of other variables if anything was off. There was an unfortunate period of time where the track was reaching its exact highest point when the track was perfectly horizontal like this, which obviously is a problem for me. Because the whole cool part of the trick, I guess, the whole point of the trick is that it's able to fit through the gap on its way up because it's in a different part of the rotation. It's spinning, it's somewhere around here, but then it keeps rotating and it's not able to make it back through the gap, and instead it gets caught on either side. So it's timed so that the exact horizontal position is on the way down. But if it's at the exact highest point, I can't really do the trick. So I kept changing variables and it just kept doing that, and I was a bit frustrated for a while. And then I don't remember what I changed. I think I might have just adjusted the exact timing of this whole thing, and I'm not sure. I think I changed the timing of something, and that just caused the rotation to be off a little bit, and that made it so that the high point was, somewhere around here in the rotation, so that when it comes down, it's rotating into the perfectly horizontal position. And then that just worked. And then I had to use slow motion camera on my phone to really just get all of the angles, figure out, okay, so when it's perfectly horizontal, it's at about this height. And then, okay, when it's at one, and just from this angle, okay, so it's about that tall, and so it's spinning, and I can really tell all of the angles and kind of figuring out exactly the height and the angle and the orientation and the distance and everything to get the catchers into the right place. And it ended up working out very nicely that this type of box turned out to be the perfect height. I've been experimenting with a couple of other options. This ended up working the best and being the perfect height. So although that experiment, that test just now did not go as planned, I'll test it a couple more times tonight to make sure that was just a fluke. But I did several tests before this update as well, and it was working fine. So I'm not too worried about it. Now, the task for tomorrow is to connect everything up and do the rest of the connections. So the main pathing for the trick, I think I haven't decided exactly whether it's going to enter from the left or the right. I haven't decided whether it's going to exit on the left or the right. But in any case, it will start by rolling over the track in the initial position when it's in the launchers like this, or I guess technically in the launchers like this. But anyway, front to back. And then there'll be some kind of ball lift system in the back here in between the two pillars that lifts it up. And then it'll either go this way and around on the track this way in front, or it'll go around this way on the track in front. It all depends on whether I want the ball to exit on the left or the right. And so I'll look at the transitions, see what we've decided on, and see what would look the best and fit the best into the rest of the screen link. But it really does not matter aesthetically to me one way or the other. But yeah, that should just be some pretty basic... the hardest part will be the lifting system in the back, and then connecting that up to releasing the metal ball here. And just that timing does not need to be precise, but it does need to be, it does need to link up somehow. But yeah, making the lift system will be probably the hardest part. The rest is just pretty normal, generic track work. But yeah, this was a surprisingly easy day, actually. This part was, I was anticipating it would be the hardest part of this trick, is, it is kind of the flashiest, most acrobatic spectacle of the whole trick, but it turned out to be pretty simple. Fingers crossed, right? Hopefully it's not a problem later. Yeah, stay tuned for day 3. It is day 3 of the launching helicopter track, and what I've added today is some of the connection tracks. So those are the most striking new features that have been added. So there's the track in the back that leads into the trick from a transition and then crosses the main track in the middle, and this little swoopy whoopy curvy track in the front. And so those are the main new things. There's also this elevator system that brings the ball from the bottom after it goes around, after it rolls across the track in the first position. It brings it up, and then it leads it onto this track to the second position, which will be spanning this gap here. I still do not have the transition out of the clip, but it'll be something here, something after the track here. I don't know if it'll go down to the table. I do want to, if the camera is going to be, about, well, I don't know, here-ish. There is kind of this whole empty space here that might look a little unbalanced if it's not filled with at least something. So, and also if I keep the track high, then it is going to be just about in line with just, from the camera perspective. If I keep the track, the outgoing track, level with this, the track that'll be here, then it will just be blocking the view of the track leading in. So I do have to probably drop it down somehow. So I've been thinking about using potentially the tube, and maybe doing like a turn like that, and maybe a clear tube going down, potentially also using a funnel. Not sure yet. I'll have to decide later, probably tomorrow. I do want to get this done tomorrow. So yeah, let's run a test. I have been having trouble with the timing of this again, which is unfortunate. I did a test of, I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, but when I did the very first test of launching the track and trying to catch it here, like I had just attached the magnets. I was just kind of running a test to see if the height was about right. And it just worked. It just launched up, spun perfectly, landed perfectly. It was brilliant. And so it has done that again. So that wasn't a one-off situation, but it isn't as reliable as that first initial test might have indicated. So if this doesn't work, that won't surprise me, but it will bum me out. All right, let's go ahead and see how this goes. Yeah. All right. So I don't think the timing was off that time. It just didn't make it, which is very possible, but it's at least encouraging to see that the timing wasn't totally off. Trust me, it's been worse than that. And yes, so the other thing was trying to figure out the timing between, or how to get the timing to work between the ball getting lifted up and the actual launch system. There is a conflict between making the timing as tight as possible. In an ideal world, you'd have the track land here just in time to catch the ball as it rolls off of this track. But if I do that, it pretty much requires that the ball is lifted at the same time as the track is launching. And I don't want to distract the viewer. I don't want two things happening at once. So, I mean, that might still be the case. I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at the footage just now because I have changed a couple of things. Obviously, with the lead-in track having a bit more speed than I was testing with just by, pushing it with my hand. The ball is going around the turn faster than it was before. A couple of things have changed. So the timing is a little bit tighter now. It might still be the case that it's lifting as the track is launching. So I don't know how I feel about that. It's probably fine. I think it's probably okay. I like it if the timing is tight. I like it if the ball, if the track gets here just in time to catch the ball. That's kind of fun. So what? if the ball lift is happening at the same time. Oh well, it'll be fine. Yeah, so just the transition out is the last thing to make for tomorrow. And hopefully the timing of this will work out. Hopefully I can get a good take. Hopefully it won't take thousands of tries. Yeah, wish me luck. It is day 4 of the helicopter track, and the clip has actually worked. So you'll notice that from the last update, quite a bit has changed. First of all, the table's been cleared up. Second of all, I've added the track going out. So the main thing that I wanted to do here was use these little tube pieces and then have like a clear section of tube. This is just a piece of rolled up clear plastic that's taped together to look like a tube. And the reason I wanted to do that is just because from the camera angle, which is somewhere around here, it's a bit higher. If I had this track just continue straight and then go this way, just from the camera perspective, it would have been overlapping with the track coming in the back. So I knew it had to drop down. And then I added this little uphill, which is kind of cool because it has so much speed. It's actually kind of cool that it goes uphill and then, still has enough energy to make the turns. So yeah, the reason I decided to wait until after I got the working take is because I figured that during the process of testing, a couple of things would change, and that would be more interesting to do an update about rather than just I added a track. And that is definitely what happened. So it started pretty strong. It was consistent enough that it would launch up and then get secured in the right position, pretty frequently, enough that I wasn't really worried about it. And then it just stopped. So I was lucky enough to get one working take with the track, or like one working take before it stopped working. But then I decided I wasn't happy with it because the timing was off. And I didn't really go into it with any kind of plan about the timing between the red ball going around and then coming up the lift and then going across the track. I just figured as long as the track is there in time, it'll be fine. And that wasn't the problem. The track was there with plenty of time. It was it was like, I know how the trick works. I built the trick. And yet, when I watched it for the first time, I was watching the red ball going around the turn and then going up the ball lift. And then, even though I know what's going to happen, I completely missed the launch. I was just looking in the wrong place. I was just watching the clip back sort of passively. And even I still made that mistake of just kind of looking in the wrong place. And like, this motion is still flashy and big enough that you won't exactly miss it. But the way the timing happened to work out is you would be just watching the red ball roll around the turn very boringly. And that was never meant to be the center of attention. But it kind of was. And I didn't love it. So I didn't really end up fixing that problem per se, but I did end up changing it so that this ball lift is a little bit faster, and that makes it so that the timing is a little bit tighter, so that the ball is actually kind of on this track by the time that this track launches into position. And that just kind of justified that the timing was the way that it was. It kind of made it so also, by the time the track actually launches, the ball is also going up. So it's sort of a nice symmetry there about both things going up at the same time. And you're less likely to miss the main motion of the trick. I feel like it's, not the biggest improvement in the world, but I think it's an improvement. So I decided that I wanted to get a take where the timing was a little bit tighter. And then I got a take where the timing was a little bit tighter just by luck. And then I decided I still wasn't happy with it. I can't remember why. I think I might have been... Yes, I do remember why. I wanted a take where the timing was like perfect. Like it was pixel perfect. Like, not literally, but like very, very close. So I got the first take I got, it was like not tight timing at all. Like the ball was still... lifting up here, and then I think I timed it out as 1.5 seconds before the ball actually rolls across here, or like between the track landing and the ball actually rolling across it. The second take I got was probably more around like a half second, closer, but still like very clearly, visually, enough room to spare. And then I still decided that I wasn't happy with it. So I did want to get a take where the timing was like very instant. It was like boom, boom. And it looked like the track gets there just in time. And so that's what I ended up spending the time on. And that was fighting with the trick, getting it to work, figuring out why it was no longer consistent. And I have a couple of theories. I think what ended up finally working was just sliding the track like a millimeter or two backwards. So I'll take this down for a sec. I won't reset it completely. This is obviously not even the correct orientation. But instead of it like, this is an exaggeration, but instead of resetting it here, I reset it here, right? So just the difference of sliding it like this a little bit, that seemed to make a difference. One unfortunate thing that happened during the course of testing is that the Lazy Susan, the rotation platform here, just the screw that holds it to the base, I don't know if you can see that in there, I specifically tightened that screw to the exact level of tightness that I wanted before attaching it to the table. But because of all the spinning and all the testing, I guess that just kind of rubbed against the screw or just like turned the screw over the course of time. And that really, it loosened it up. So it became way more wobbly. You can see there's a little bit of wobble here, but the screw was way, way looser. And that just caused a lot of wobble. And that would often cause the shock absorber to completely slip past this. It would just go and then like ride up on top of it, which of course, not very elegant. But that also changed a lot of other factors about the launch. I guess it was just extra places for energy to go and dissipate. So some energy that used to go into the actual launch was now going into just wibble wobble and all that. I don't know. I don't really know. So those are a couple of things that I had to, and I did end up taking this whole thing off, marking the exact placement of it, refixing the screw, or fixing in place the screw, and then reattaching it. And that luckily did not end up really causing a problem. I was able to put the whole platform back in the exact same spot, which of course is always the main concern. So yes, I changed the amount of weight on here to make this lift a little bit faster. I had to add a little bit of a catcher here, or just a guardrail here to prevent the ball from bouncing out. A couple of minor changes. I was also playing around with the exact placement of this lever. So you can see this black piece here. You can sort of slide the yellow rod through that black piece, and that will slightly, and I mean very slightly, adjust the timing that the ball will hit the lever and release the marble. And so changing that, I think it might have been more just placebo that actually has an effect. I think it's probably just random chance that it causes different outcomes, and then I would be like, oh, that must have happened because I changed the lever. Like, I don't really know how much of an effect it actually had. But yeah, I finally got it to the point where it was working relatively consistently. One annoying thing that happened during testing, and I'll put the track back to sort of show this, is that the ball, well, I can't really show, well, I guess I can. Let's pretend that the launcher is in the right position. The ball would roll across here, and it would just like hit against these these blue poker like launcher arm things, and so that would just take away all its speed. So if I run a test, it'll probably happen. You'll just see how it like really slows down. So I had to keep running tests that would stop after like the first 4 seconds of the clip and just reach in, grab the ball, reset the ball, just to get a take where it rolls across this middle cleanly without losing too much speed. Annoying, and that's where a lot of the fails went. I haven't really decided how I'm going to factor that into the final fail count, because I don't think technically the clip would have failed. I think it was just more me being picky about the exact timing. Because again, that would slow it down. That would cause it to reach this a little bit later. Well, actually, that timing doesn't matter. But the timing between reaching this and then getting into the ball lifter and then going up, it was a little bit slower. It just lost more speed. The timing wasn't as tight. And of course, I was chasing that one take where the timing was really tight. So I had to restart the clip every single time it like hit any one of these 8 little pegs on the launchers. Very fun. But I got a very good working take. I'm extremely happy with this clip. And yeah, it's time to take this thing apart. It is day 1 of the trampoline track, and I hope this one will actually come together relatively quickly, because I've made some pretty good progress today. So what is the idea at this stage? Well, I have been wanting to use this trampoline for a while. It's been in my box of miscellaneous K'NEX parts. That's right, it is an official K'NEX part. It's from like one of those ball machine sets. So I've had it around for a while, never really found a good use for it. But now I think I have an idea. I want to have a track like this, basically bounce on its end on the trampoline and then land somewhere. So the way that I decided I wanted to do that, and also, so that was the original idea. And then I thought it would be really cool if I could spice it up a little bit and have the ball travel with the track by adding a cup at the end. So I think that is doable, and it's turning out that I think that it is doable. I think that it is possible. So this is what I have so far. I've got the track. I've got the thing with the cup. So the ball goes eventually in the cup. Come on, please go in the cup. Thank you. And so here's what I've got so far. I've got the track, the trampoline, and I've got the thing that actually launches it, which we'll get to. And I do not have anything to catch it. This is what I was working on, but it's not. I don't like how it looks. It's too much K'NEX. And it's too flimsy. This is not going to work. So I'll probably affix these vertical parts to some wood supports or something, make it a little bit sturdier. So for now, I just have this. But this is all taped down in place. This is all secured. So what it's going to basically do is flip around. So the end with the cup is going to go around, disconnect, and then the part with the cup is going to bounce here, and then it'll flip around again and land somewhere. So most of the day was spent making this device, this K'NEX thing here, which just sort of prevents it from, because like the launcher is just going to launch up, right? So it needs to sort of swivel around and then move downwards to hit this. So it's this sort of thing here is constraining the motion so that it can't go up, and then it can't go out, and then it's sort of directing it sort of downwards like this. So anyway, here's what we've got. It's just going to sort of fly and then hit the table, but hopefully we can sort of see the motion. As expected, it kind of broke. Well, the ball stayed in the cup, but this part, it didn't break. It just slid through the K'NEX. Okay. So yeah, that's where we are at the moment. I wanted to come back to this launcher. As you may notice, there is something unique about it, and that it is trimmed. All of the launcher pegs have been trimmed off. And this is a sacrifice. Wow, bless me. This is a sacrifice that I have been thinking about making for a while, and now finally decided to actually go for it. Because obviously, the width of a tricks track does not fit into a traditional launcher. So if I'm going to actually use a launcher to sort of propel the track, those little pegs can't be here. And I'm happy with this decision. Hopefully, I won't have to change it for this machine, but even if I do, hopefully it will come in handy for other things in the future, and it won't just be a one-off thing that I made, a pretty hefty sacrifice for. Hopefully it'll be something that I can continue to use even beyond just this one trick. But yeah, hopefully making the catching system. I do want to have it so that like it does the bounce, right? So it comes around, bounces here, and then I would love it if I can catch it like here-ish with the yellow rod thing, and then have it like caught in here, and then swivel around again like that, and then that's how it'll dump out the ball. Because right now, if it when it bounces, its natural motion is just to land kind of like this, just a complete nosedive. And I can't really catch the track in this position because the ball will just immediately come out. So I'm hoping to sort of get a little bit more rotation to around here and then sort of catch it in this position and then be able to sort of swivel it around and then have it come out like that. That might be too hard, in which case I'll simplify it. And then I'll just have the motion be that it bounces like this. And then before it starts the nosedive, it'll obviously just be flat. And I can just catch it in the flat position. So it'll be like this, and then it'll like catch and land here or something with magnets or something. So that's the plan. That's the backup plan, which I think could still look cool, but I'd have to completely rearrange these things on the table because there's obviously no point in everything being an entire block high if it's just going to be, starting from here, bouncing, and then landing up here. Like, everything could just be one block lower, and it would still be the same trick. The only reason they're all elevated like this is because I want to do the whole thing with, like, the swivel, and that takes up some height. Also, I'm not totally sold on whether that would be, like, cool enough for a clip. I might have to do, like, some other thing beyond that. If I have to go with plan B. But we'll see. Maybe it'll just end up being a sort of simple-ish trick. I don't know. I'm still hoping for plan A. But we'll see how it turns out tomorrow. It is day 2 of the trampoline track, and it's been the most frustrating day of building that I can remember. I got it to work, and it worked a couple of times, like literally, 3 times within the first 10 tests. It worked. And by which I mean it launched, it bounced, and then I was trying to, build this thing where it would like slide in like this, and then just kind of catch like this, and I wanted to have it sort of spin around. It did that pretty decently consistently in the first couple of tests, and then just stopped. I've tried everything. It will never do it again. I've been trying every possible variable, tweaked every possible variable, and now it just doesn't work at all. And I can't even get it to do the same wrong thing twice in a row. I can't even get it to do anything consistently, let alone the right thing consistently. Yeah, I changed nothing. I literally did not change anything, and it hasn't worked in the last 100 tries. So I don't know what I'm gonna do next. I don't know what the next step can even be, because I can't. I don't know. I can't make it be consistent. I can't make it do anything consistently. I really don't know. So I just don't know. I do not have any ideas. I have no plans for going forward, but it's the end of the day, so I'm done for tonight. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow at all. No idea. It's just I can't make it work. So hopefully I think of something. It is day 3 of the trampoline track, and wow, I guess this was just one of those tricks where once the main issue of the trick is solved, the rest of it comes together very quickly. So, huge swing of my mood from yesterday, where it was pretty much completely despair as to whether this trick would even be salvageable at all, to today, where it's not only salvaged but also completed. As we're talking now, I've cleaned up, I've filmed the working take, I've taken pictures, I've filmed the slow-mo version. Yeah, it all just happened really quickly. So, what did I end up actually changing? Well, the story from yesterday was that I had it working initially, like right at the start, and then I did a couple of tests, added a couple of elements, and then it just randomly stopped working. And then I was trying to get tests to work. I was desperately trying to get it to do anything consistently, and nothing was working. So I came back to it today, and I started basically in the same place as I ended yesterday, which was just continue to run tests and see if I could pick up any kind of information and see if I could spot anything that I was missing yesterday. And I didn't really find anything, honestly. It was completely a mystery to me as to what caused it to change its behavior so drastically. So I whipped out the slow motion camera on my phone, just to see if that might help inspire any ideas. And I did get one idea, and it did end up solving the problem. Although I can't say for sure if that was the problem. I could just say that it did solve the problem. But what I changed was the height of the trampoline. So if you remember yesterday, this box that it was on was actually vertical. So it was a little bit taller than it is now. And so the trampoline was actually mounted on the top side here as opposed to the side. And the reason I did this was because I noticed that the track, let me just grab it real quick. The track was bouncing on the trampoline on the rounded part of the track. So it would come in and bounce on it like this because it was a little bit, so it's coming in, well, sorry. It's coming in like this, actually, not this. It's this. And it was coming in and bouncing on the back of it like this. And I figured, well, I don't know, maybe it's the fact that it's bouncing on a rounded surface that's causing it to twist, right? Because that was actually the problem that was happening, is that it would bounce, and then as it was flying through the air, it would lose its perfect stability rotating like this, and it would start to rotate on this axis. That was my theory. So I decided to lower the trampoline so that instead of bouncing here and hitting the rounded part, it would still have time to rotate a little bit further and hit on the actual flat part. And that would hopefully keep it moving in a straight line, first of all, and prevent some rotation. I guess that worked. I can't say for sure that was the solution to the problem, but it did end up fixing the issue. And then it was just sort of a matter of repositioning this. I had to raise this up, actually. Just weird. I don't know why. And then just reposition this thing, which I had already pre-built, but I had to change some dimensions of things. This is something I didn't initially plan on having in here, but this is just so that when the track actually enters, it's entering like this. It's able to swing around, pass by this, and then it just hits. Hold on. It just hits this part here. It can't rotate any further. That allows the support arm to flip back underneath, and then it just stops. So, in an ideal world, it comes in. I did not flip it hard enough. Here we go. Oh, come on. I don't know why this is not working when I do it. But yeah, you get the idea. You've seen the clip. So that was not the hardest thing. It was mostly just getting the trampoline bounce to be consistent. But then I added a couple of other connections. I added this track leading in. Had to get fancy with how the track is supported over here. I added this connection here. So actually, this is interesting. So when the track is, let me grab the track real quick. When the track is in its initial position here, we'll pretend that that's perfect. It's close enough. The problem that I needed to solve was that the ball here needs to, in some way, release the metal ball. Whoop. I guess. So, how do I do that? Well, I could either have a split off happen when the ball transitions from this track to this track, which would mean some kind of push arm here or lever that falls out here, maybe. But the timing would be off. So by the time the ball gets down here and into the cup, then there would need to be some time delay to allow for that to happen before releasing the metal ball here to actually launch the track. And even if there was enough time, I'd still like for there to be a beat before it launches. I'd like for the ball to enter the cup, then there's a bit of time, and then it gets launched. And there just wouldn't be the option to have that much of a time delay if there was a split off here. Okay, so what's the other option? Well, you can have the ball, I don't know, hit something like a lever like right here, right as it's getting into the cup, so that there's a little bit more of a, or so that the ball gets further down the track before splitting off, gives it a little more time. Well, problem with that is that if you slow down the ball too much by having it hit a lever, then the ball runs out of speed and it doesn't make it into the cup. Because it does need a decent amount, like not like an insane amount, but a decent amount of speed to get into the cup, right? Well, that's a pretty low amount of speed, to be honest. But the point still stands. You can't slow it down too much. So that's out of the question. However, there is one final option, and it's a bit of a weird one that I hardly ever do, and that is what is, I guess you could call a vibration trigger. And that is, let's dump out the ball for a sec, this lever in the back here. This is just a very precariously balanced stick made out of mini connects that just rests against the back side of the cup. And that's basically all it is. Well, that is all it is. And so that's just ready to topple at the slightest amount of movement. And so if I were to just nudge the cup, it falls. And that was a pretty decent push, actually. It is meant to topple only with the impact of the ball hitting the back side of the cup, which is like that. I mean, it is basically no visible movement. But it's just enough to cause this to tip over, and this is just enough to tip the domino off, and that's just enough to pull the lever and release the metal ball. So it's a sequence that is triggered by basically a vibration that within the span of less than a second is able to, release a very heavy metal marble. So I was proud of that. I was proud of getting myself out of that hole. That felt like, a fun little problem to solve. But that was obviously after I already had the exciting breakthrough of getting this to the point where it's actually reliable. Actually, let's just see if it works. What if it does? That would be cool, right? Not even close. That's okay. It's okay. And then it was just adding the transitions. So the last thing I want to mention here are the connections. There's one coming in. That one's pretty basic and self-explanatory. This one over here, there's a couple of things I want to mention. So obviously when the track enters, it's coming in like this, right? And then it's caught in such a way that it swivels around like this and ends in a position like this. We've seen this. I showed it just a second ago. But that means that I can't have a catching track positioned right here, right? Because that's the exact spot where the track is rotating through and swiveling through. So that's not really that's not really in the question. The other option, there are two options. One of them is less appealing, by far than the other, to me at least. And that one is to have something get deposited or inserted just in time to catch the ball as it exits this track. So you'd have it enter, it swivels around, it gets caught, ball starts rolling out, and then you have a track that maybe falls down like this, or from the side that falls down like this, and it falls into the path of this track to catch the ball as it rolls out. This would be what I consider machine maintenance, which is something I've talked about plenty in the past. This idea of, having extra elements of the machine that you need to sort of make, or you need to sort of like insert or remove elements of the machine just to sort of push the machine along and get things to work. It's just not a very elegant solution. So what I decided to go with is just to have it fall off the end of the track and fall onto a board and then kind of funnel its way onto a track. I don't know. It's not the most elegant solution, but I do think it is still more elegant than a machine maintenance type thing. So yeah, it just ends up falling off the end and then falling into a static catching tray. Nothing moves over here. So it is very easy to understand, very non-intrusive. Probably the most elegant solution given the circumstances. Unless I'm really missing something, but I don't think so. So yeah, this trick ended up turning out amazingly. I'm extraordinarily happy with the final take, or the final machine. The final take included. The final take that I got was pretty much pixel perfect. It entered here, and it was like perfectly centered, and like everything worked exactly as intended. It looks really nice and solid and really sick and sweet. And yeah, it's just an incredible turnaround from where I was emotionally yesterday, which was pretty in the mud. So that it's just how machines are sometimes. Sometimes you can just have a breakthrough, and it just completely reverses your mood, and it completely inspires a huge day of work where everything gets done and completed. So that's what today was. And yeah, I have no idea what I'm building tomorrow, though, but good day today. It is day one of the finale of Dominoes versus Machines, and there's a lot of progress, so there's a lot of stuff to show you. I first want to just talk about the overall idea. The idea is to have a small movie theater projection screen, and then do an actual projection for real using a magnifying glass and my smartphone, and just sort of projecting it through the lens onto the screen. I thought of, or for a while, I had the idea of maybe using, for example, an actual computer monitor in the finale and having some image on the screen. But that felt a little bit anticlimactic. I don't know. It just felt like just revealing a computer screen or turning on a computer screen didn't seem like that interesting. And then I thought of the idea of, okay, well, what if it's like a projection? Like, what if, or I guess it was, what if it's an actual movie theater? Like, what would an actual movie theater do? Oh, it would be a projection. It would be projected onto the screen. Could I possibly do that? And then I sort of thought, well, yes. And then if I could dress it up and look like an actual movie theater. And I could do, curtains, and I can sort of pull the curtains open, and then I can turn out the lights, and then I could dress it up to be like an actual movie theater with an audience, and it could have like a bunch of little balls that look like they're watching the movie. And I thought that was really cute. So I got really excited about building that. So what I've done so far is I've built most of the movie projection screen. So I've got this big crate in the back here, and it is just on top of some wooden boxes. And then I bought at Michael's today, the craft store, some of this fabric, which is like velvety kind of stuff, so you can sort of see that it's sort of reflective. It's a little bit, it looks like a curtain. It looks like stage curtains. And hopefully the lighting will come across in the actual final video as well. It's like, yeah, it's got some reflection to it. It's quite cool. So I've done some skirting around the bottom, around the base, And now I've added these curtains here as well, and these both slide towards the center. So they'll start shut, and then I got to make something that will actually pull them open to reveal the screen. And you might even be able to see on that screen a little bit of a hint of what I've been playing around with, which I'm going to show you next. So that's what I've got as an idea. I want to pull open the curtains. I want to have something that turns out the lights. And then there's going to be like a little audience of balls, and it'll be watching the movie. But the big crux of this whole thing is whether or not I can get the projection screen to work. So last night I played around with just, using a white wall, using a magnifying glass, and then trying to project an image from my smartphone onto the wall. And it did work. So it was like good enough that I felt like that's all I really needed to do, is just, smartphone and magnifying glass. There are all these tutorials online about making a little projection box, using a shoebox, then painting it all black, and then using a lens, and but it's all this stuff. And maybe, but this works just fine for me. And those are also for making full-size projector screens as well. Whereas what I want is a small projector screen. The image that I want projected onto the quote-unquote wall is also miniature, not just the projector. And just it didn't really seem like there were very many or any tutorials out there for that. But yeah, so it worked enough that I was convinced that I could make this work. And so I whipped together a short little video that could play on the screen at the end. I thought it would be funny or kind of cool if it was like an old-time movie, right? So it's got the flickering from the film, and it's got the 3, 2, 1 countdown, and it's all black and white. So it's a nice little retro thing. So I think that would be cool. So I can actually show it to you. I'll get it started here, and then I gotta turn out some lights. So, and I gotta change some settings on my camera as well. It won't let me change my settings. Oh, yes, it will. So it's currently black right now because I put a bit of black screen at the beginning just to give me some time in editing. But here we go. And it just says who won with both of our logos. And right now it is currently set up so that it is actually in focus, but nothing's actually taped or glued down in any way. Hold on. Lens flare, or very bright screen coming. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's turn that down. So that is basically all that I've done today, but there's a lot more that I'm going to be doing tomorrow. I'm really excited about working on this project. This is one of the coolest ideas I think I've had for a finale. And I think it's not just cool, but it's also kind of cute. I like the idea of the little balls that are watching. So, yeah, I just got to build all that stuff. And then I got to build the method for opening the curtains. And then the method of turning out the lights. I want to use one of those pointer fingers and have a very visual button or switch of some kind. Just to really make it clear what's going on. Yeah, I'm just really excited about this. I think it's a really cool idea, and it's coming together quite nicely. It is day 2 of the movie theater finale clip, and I've added a couple more finishing touches, or a couple more connections, to get everything sort of working by the machine doing it rather than just me doing it with my hands. So we've added the mechanism to actually turn off the power strip, and I've added the mechanism to open the curtains. It's not connected yet, and nothing has been decorated. You'll also notice I've removed the tripod for the camera and the magnifying glass and all that. That stuff is over here now. That's just so I can move around, and that stuff's really easy to set up later. So let's show how everything works. So the curtains work. It's tied to the middle section, so each end is tied to the end of the curtain that's actually being pulled. It's threaded through the holes of the curtain. It goes this way, it goes around this connects wheel, around this way, and then around this wheel, around this wheel, around this wheel, and it's pulled off the table. So as the string pulls, it pulls this side. So that is half of it. So this weight also pulls the other half. This side goes this way around the pulley like that. It's like a 270 degrees. It goes around and like loops around it entirely. And then that is on a separate one. You'll notice this is a double. There's two wheels here because one of the wheels rotates counterclockwise, the other rotates clockwise. And you'll be able to sort of see that maybe in a sec. So it goes around, it loops, goes down, and then follows the exact same path off the table. So that's that. And I've calibrated the weight so it opens pretty nicely at a good speed. And I really like the way it looks. With actual proper lighting, you'll be able to sort of see the velvet a little bit better. Hopefully it'll catch the light and sort of shimmer a little bit more. Because right now it just looks like a black void. But, all right, here we go. Ready? Come on, focus. I'm going to drop the weight in 3, 2, 1. Very nice. And so that reveals the projector screen. And then something will happen that will transition into this here. And so this will be on. And you can see there's a little light there as well. And that sort of indicates that it is on. And then this just comes down and knocks off, and then knocks off the power. So this is a flicker switch that I actually use over here to control, the actual lights for the building space. So if I do that, that's what that is. But I'm using it in a way that's kind of fake, I guess, if you will. There are going to be so many lights on just to get good lighting for this clip that I can't control all of them at once, because there are the lights above the building space here and here. There's going to be, when I actually film the clip for real, these two soft boxes. There's also a light in the kitchen, and then a light sort of above this space here. And so that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different lights, plus these two that have to turn off and on. So 8 lights. So it needs all of those lights to be on to film the main shot, and it needs all of those lights to be off for the projector screen. So there's no way for me to control all of those 8 with one little switch, so I'm faking it. And it's an edited clip. But it's just the lighting that's edited. Like, I'm not faking any of the tricks or anything like that. So this doesn't do anything at all. So the way it works is that you can see I've added a paper cover to the front of it, because otherwise you would see 2 outlets for you to actually plug something in. And I'm sort of passing this off as if it controls the electricity to this wire or this cable, which it doesn't. That's the source cable. I'm faking it. Basically, I'm just sort of pretending like turning this off, and then this cable connects to all of the lights in the room, which it doesn't. It also doesn't even turn off the electricity to that cable. That's the electricity that provides, that is the provider of electricity. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to basically have to cut the footage, so as I go around the room cutting out all the lights, and then basically synchronize it so that it looks like the hand comes down and then turns out all the lights. So it's a little bit fake in that sense, but I'm okay with it. It's a finale clip. It's part of the fun is that it's edited. And not to mention, I'm going to have to edit and do a mask anyway on the projector screen, because as I was showing yesterday, I have to adjust the ISO on my camera in order to even pick up the image on the projector screen. It's just so dim. In person, you can see it just fine. But with the camera settings, you have to change it. So there would have to be settings changed in camera anyway, which would make the clip sort of quote unquote fake anyway. So it's fine. Next steps, connecting the intro. So I still have connecting from clip 8, the little marble, or not marble, it's marble track, but it's a yellow smiley face ball on the marble track. And it will come in, it will rest in a position, and I want it to look like there's an audience of balls watching the movie. So hopefully it'll roll in and sort of like get perched on a little seat or chair of some kind. And then that will lead to the curtains opening. The curtains opening somehow has to lead to releasing this ball here. And then that's basically it. After this gets flipped, that's the last thing that actually happens in the machine. It's just going to be the lights go out and you get to see the movie start. So yeah, nothing too strenuous left. Should be another day maybe. It is day 3 of the finale clip, and it is done. All I have left to do is actually film it, and that's going to actually be a bit of a process for this one, just because I have to film things in a couple of different stages. I have to film the initial part up until the lights get turned out, then I have to actually go around and turn out all the lights, and then I have to adjust the camera quality, or like not camera quality, a camera ISO so that you can actually see the projection screen. And then I have to turn on the projection screen and then start to play the video manually. So it's a bit, to set up for the actual edits that I'm going to make later to mask out specific things and whatnot. There's a bit more in the actual film for this one, rather than just set it up and wait until it works. But here's what I've done in the interim. So obviously I've got all the balls here, and they're set up as if they're watching the movie. I've got the audience all here. Some of them are balls from other clips that I've built already, so they're like recurring characters, I guess you could say. Some are just classics, like the globe ball, and the Joel ball, and the racket ball from Domino Masters. Not the actual Domino Masters ball, but it's the same exact thing as the one we used in the finale. Bryce ball as well. And then this cute little thing where I have the 2 smiley faces come together, because obviously the yellow smiley face rolls in, and hopefully this will work. I want to show this. I've made it so that it should, not quite, a little bit too much speed, but I want to get a take where it's like perfectly on here. Obviously it has to land in its seat, but it also should be perfectly like face up like this, like the smile is looking directly into the camera. I think it'll be possible to do, so that's going to be what I try to get. Other than that, I think, yes, it was just this transition here that I did of connecting the yellow ball to, in this case, knocking over this domino that presses on the clothespin and releases the weight for the curtains. And then the curtains connecting to releasing this metal ball here. That is done through this lever here, which is just attached to the weight that's falling for the curtains. So once the falling weight for the curtains gets far enough, it just pulls on this and that releases the metal ball to turn out the lights. Or to press the switch, which quote-unquote turns out the lights, we'll pretend. But yeah, just clean up and then get everything positioned for the projection screen. So I have to put the magnifying glass and the phone tripod in the right place. And then I got to set up the tripod for the actual, this camera, the main shot. And then figure out all the lighting stuff. But that should be a fun little process. Not too strenuous, not too stressful. All right, this was a fun clip to make. It didn't take all that long. So hopefully the final result is worth it. All right, it is day 1 of the centrifugal force billiard ball chain trick. This one's not a resetting billiard ball chain centrifugal force trick, unlike last year's, but this one is a little bit different because it sort of sets up a billiard ball chain in a line as opposed to around the edge of the circle. So this one actually started from a sketch, which is unusual for me. Well, it started with an idea, and I figured I had to sketch out the idea to make sure it was viable. And jury's still out on that one. But here's the sketch. The idea is that there are going to be two phases of the trick. So the centrifugal force will sort of force the balls outward, right? I mean, that's not literally. I mean, centrifugal force isn't an outward force, but it in effect does that. It moves the balls outward. And then the sudden force of it coming to a stop, or it stopping spinning, will cause the balls to roll around the circle. And if I can make them roll around the circle different amounts, they can all kind of line up. If they go outward different amounts, then they'll kind of be staggered at different depths around the circle. And then when it stops, they can roll different amounts so that they all line up in one line. That's the idea. So they go from like all three in the same spot, they go out different distances, and then when the wheel stops, they roll around based on, just objects in motion stay in motion, and then they kind of will line up in one line. So that is the idea. Now, there are some complications with this. The biggest one is that the path that the ball travels through on its way outward will cross with the path that some of the balls will take as they're rolling around the inner circle. And of course, balls rolling around an arc shape need a barrier to roll against, or else they won't, things roll in a straight line. They don't roll in a curve. So if there's a barrier, then there's either going to need to be a barrier on the way out or the way in, or on the way around, rather. And I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do about that. So the plan right now is to start with, and this is what I did today, start by just building the actual spinning platform, right? And just getting something built that is the right height to match the transition, and then something that is held in place at first with this lever here, and then something that rotates and then comes to a stop. And that's what this shock absorber here is for. That's what this pulley system is for, to pull the ribbon that's wrapped around the edge. And this is the boring stuff that needs to be set up before we make the actual trick, but it is important to do it. And so I figured let's get it out of the way on day one. But now it's time to actually work on the stressful part that I don't really know if it'll work. But for now, I'm not going to even put the balls in because they're just going to fly off the table. For now, this is what we have. We have a spinning platform. If I pull this lever here, that triggers, or that allows the weight to take over and release. And then it just spins until it comes to a stop. Pretty basic stuff, but that's the playground that we're working on. So yeah, we'll see how things go tomorrow. We'll see if I need to change my plan at all. These are what I'm working with for the balls. Not the black one. I don't know why that's here. But the others. And then this is the flexible tubing that I want to use as guide rails around the outside to guide the balls in a circular path. It is Kinect's roller coaster track that I have had forever and never really found a use for. But now I think it's going to come in handy. Hopefully I have enough. But yeah, we'll see. Time to get to work. It is day 2 of the centrifugal force billiard ball chain trick. And the big update is that the stuff on top of the spinning platform is coming along quite nicely. The only thing that is currently left to make is the finale, lining up of the billiard balls. But the hard part is out of the way. So I actually did have the 3-pronged kind of start positions made yesterday, but this is new, this is new, this is new. All 3 of those, catchers, are new, as well as the concentric rings or guide rails made out of this red tubing. Those are also all in their final positions. And it looks a little bit messy. It looks like the rings are not very round. And there's a reason for that. We talked a little bit, I think, about how just because the balls are going to be rolling around the inside ring, whenever there's a gap, which of course there has to be to allow the ball to get to its starting position, the ball isn't going to just roll in a curved path by itself. It's going to continue on tangent to wherever it leaves off without a guardrail. So obviously, you know, there needs to be, it's going to go around and then roll straight for a little while, around, then roll straight for a little while, and then continue around. So you need these kind of guardrails. Oop, this just came untaped. You need these kind of guardrails to be a little bit wonky shaped, as you can see. But it looks decent enough. It doesn't look ugly, at least. And I had to actually slow down the rotation a little bit because it was going so fast that the balls barely had a chance to actually get to their destination before the wheel came to a rest, or came to a stop. And it turns out they don't need that much speed to have enough momentum to get all the way around. But yeah, let's just run it. I can show you kind of what it looks like, but as it stands, the balls will just kind of exit and just roll off into the abyss here because there's nothing stopping them. But you can at least sort of see that each ball lines up and it's caught by its catcher, and then it kind of rolls around each of the paths. So yellow, red, orange. All right, here we go. Yeah, basically perfect. So next steps are going to be creating the catchers here. So, you know, just kind of a guardrail or some kind of barrier, and then little rails that the balls can rest on, but they can still be easily knocked out in a billiard ball chain. And then, of course, I still have to make the actual thing that pushes the first ball, which I have no idea what that's going to be. I don't want it to be intrusive, so I don't want it to just be like a giant finger that's like here the entire duration of the clip, because I would just block everything. But I also don't want to have something that like obnoxiously swings in from way out of the frame, and like that would just be a huge motion for something that is ultimately just pushing a ball. Maybe it'll be something that's on the board already. Like I don't know. I genuinely have to figure that out. But that'll be a fun challenge to figure out. And then it's literally just going to be the ball rolls off, or the final one, the orange one, just falls out into a track and just exits the clip. And of course, I should mention the start is just going to be pulling this lever. So a very simple trick. It's going to end up being one of the first ones in the video, I think. But yeah, it's really just those two things left to make, and that'll be a fun job for tomorrow. It is day 3 of the, well, I've called it the fire spiral. It's a new name. It's better than centrifugal force billiard ball chain trick thing. But yeah, fire spiral, because of the color scheme, obviously. So what's new? Well, the obvious differences are the out track and the in transition, which I guess there's not a whole lot to talk about. But then there's also some stuff on the board that I want to get to as well. So part of the challenge is matching the transition into the next clip. I had already decided pretty much before I built anything that this would be the very first machine clip in the video. And I had already built machines 2, the second machines clip, which starts with the orange billiard ball rolling in on Trick's track. So I needed to match the specific height of the track, which determined exactly how high off the ground the spinning platform needed to be. Which is why, if you can see underneath, there's actually the base of the Lazy Susan, and then underneath that, a square of wood, which is just there to lift the platform up a little bit more so that it matches the height of the exit transition. But it also meant that I had to come up with some kind of color scheme that would make sense for the 5 ball, the orange one, to be the ball that exits out of the clip. And I decided that basically doing 1 through 5, eliminating the even numbers, makes some sense, and that just sort of happens to create a nice warm color scheme, the yellow, red, and orange, which is a cool design that ended up kind of happening by happenstance. But anyway, that determined the exact height and the exact ball that I needed to use, and that sort of, it was not that hard to work around, but that sort of dictated some of the constraints of the actual trick. Meanwhile, the intro, or the inline, if you will, the in transition, is a lot more freeform. I could basically have any choice of anything that I wanted, so long as it could be matched by the domino artist. So I just chose to do orange ping pong ball on Tricks Track. Ping pong balls are notoriously frustrating to work with just because they have such little mass. They are very light, and getting them to do anything can often be a challenge. Now, obviously, in the past, if you've watched machines from the past like 5 years, it was not uncommon to see a ball just kind of knock a domino off the table and pull a string. I didn't want to do that here because I wanted there to be enough time before this lever gets released that you can predict what's going to happen. And I wanted it to be a very clear transition from the ball, or the ping pong ball, to this ball, which I guess I should explain. This lever starts out like this. This is what's holding the wheel in place. Ball rolls down, pushes on the lever, and that causes the wheel to rotate. But I wanted there to be enough time between this ball getting released and it hitting the lever that you aren't like confused, that you could easily follow it with your eye. And having a string transition, I just felt like would be a bit too much. So I did a simple lever thing, which turned out to not be so simple just because, of course, the ping pong balls are so light, and sort of getting them to trigger something as heavy as this ball, which isn't even that heavy. It's just, yeah. Anyway, that was somewhat of a challenge, but, nothing that a simple lever can't fix. But yeah, this is the completed clip. Oh, sorry, I didn't even mention. I was going to mention the thing that I put on the board. So, one of the other challenges that I ran into was that not only do the balls need to travel different speeds, obviously different distances. I spoiled what I was going to say, but not only do the balls have to travel different distances, obviously the middle or the center yellow one rolls around the entire diameter of the circle, or not really the entire diameter, but the entire almost 360 degrees of the circle. The red goes just about 180, and then the orange just goes about 1/3 of about 120 degrees of the circle. But they also go different speeds. It's because the orange one is so close to the outer circumference of the rotating wheel, that gives it so much more rotational speed. So once the board comes to a stop, the orange ball just kind of takes off and goes super fast. The yellow one in the center doesn't go quite as fast, and it also has to go a longer distance. So that kind of creates the unfortunate result that I need to come up with some kind of catching system that works for both the shortest distance at the highest speed and the longest distance at the slowest speed. And I also, and so long story short, I was able to solve it by incorporating shock absorbers for the two outer rings. This one is a tighter shock absorber, and this one's a very loose shock absorber. And they just look very visually similar, but they are very different, and crucially so. And I figured out how I'm going to release the billiard ball chain at the end. So, I thought yesterday that maybe what I would do is have the balls all come to a rest and then have some kind of arm that would hit the first one, and I didn't know how I was going to do that. What I decided to do instead was you might notice that this piece of yellow pencil is slightly shorter than all of the other pieces. That is intentional. This is what I decided to do. It rolls in, it just like normal, it looks like it's going to come to a rest, but then it heads off to the side. So it basically starts the chain by itself. And that works because the yellow ball is the last to enter. Because, of course, the orange is going so fast, the red is going second fastest. It's this one, and then this one arrives last. And so because it arrives last, you could just kind of do this and have it just kind of go in and then immediately turn this way and knock the balls in sequence like a billiard ball chain. All right. That is the idea. That is the fully completed clip. So hopefully I can get it to work relatively soon, and it's not a huge pain to get to work. All right, it is day one of this five-pointed star track rotation idea thing. And here's what we've got so far. I've got the spinning platform with, I think this is going to just be, it's either going to be the stand-in for the track or the track is going to be mounted to this. I'm leaning towards the second thing. But I've got that and I've got this. So there are two spinning platforms here. One of them is using, well, I guess I should start by explaining the idea first. It'll be quick. So what I want to do is pretend this is a track and sort of have like, I think this is what I'm going to end up using is just these Connects wheels, but just these points along the outside so that as it rotates, you can imagine it starting here and you can sort of make this bottom part rotate in a specific direction, but it'll like slot in to these points, and then as it rotates around, it stays in between those points until it rolls into here, and then it slides into a different point, and then it continues around, and it slides into these different points, and it'll create this sort of star shape as it rotates. So it'll go like this. So it'll go like, let's see if I can do it. Here, 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 and kind of hit these different points as it goes around the circle. That's the idea, at least. And then obviously when there's a track on there, you can make the track moves into different positions in this kind of cool little pattern. So I've got the spinning parts are all done. And let me show you how I did it. So we've seen these rotating platforms before. These are the like miniature Lazy Susans that I found out about from Oscar at Reactica. So there's one here, and this one's actually being used as a spinning platform. And then there's one underneath here that's sandwiched in between two CDs, which are what these large circles are. And that one I've just taped all the way around it. So it actually doesn't rotate at all, but it is like the perfect size diameter to wrap a ribbon around. And then obviously the two CDs sort of sandwich it in there so that it can't, fall off the wheel. So it's interesting that I'm using a spinny platform just as a circle, basically. But it is kind of the perfect diameter. And then underneath all of that is the actual ball bearing metal part from a real-life Lazy Susan, like a full-size Lazy Susan. And that's just taped to the table. So there's actually a lot going on here, but this is going to be the source of it all. This is going to be, I'm going to wrap a ribbon around here, pull on this. That's going to cause this to move, and this is going to just by itself naturally hit those points as it rotates around here. That's the plan. I don't necessarily know what the actual motion of the trick is going to be. Obviously, this is a track. Obviously, that means there's going to be a ball that rolls on that track. But I don't know whether the ball is going to go from left to right, and then it's going to do the thing, and then go right to left somehow, or if it's going to go right to left, and then left to right, or left to right, right to left. I don't know how it's going to, I don't know what the slope of the track is going to be or anything like that, or if the slope is going to change somehow, if it'll tilt or have to lift up to dump the ball in a different direction. Those are all still questions that are up in the air. But for now, I'm just kind of working on building the actual infrastructure for spinning the track. So the next step is going to be to add these around the outside. I'm not in love with the look of these, but I do think that the Connects wheels are the perfect size, and they might, and it's one of the only things that's this size that I have enough of. But what I might do is use these little blocks to sort of elevate them, just like this. I want to have 5 points around the outside. So I have worked out mathematically how that works in terms of the distance from the center that the second plate has to be offset. Because there is some math about the distance that it has to cover between this point and this point. So what kind of angle that creates. And I didn't really do the math. I just did trial and error until it seemed right. And then I added this little red crescent shape just to bring out some color, and because this was just the back of a CD, and it was just the shiny metal Well, it's not metal, I know, but it's the shiny reflective surface of a CD, and it just didn't look right. It just didn't look good. So I made it red. But yeah, I'm going to try putting these around the outside. I might use a red one to mark the starting point and the ending point, and then just use regular wood color for the other 4 points. I haven't really decided. I've got enough to do all 5 in wood if I want to. So that's the next step. And then after that, it's going to be adding the ribbon and adding the weight. It's probably going to need to be a double pulley just to get enough distance on the rotation, but we'll see. And then after all of that, it's going to be actually figuring out what's going to go on top of here and like how it's going to be a track, but is that track going to be on a pivot point? Is the track going to be angled at all? You know, all those questions still need to be answered. All right, well, stay tuned for day 2. It is day 2 of the 5-pointed rotation track swivel thing. And actually, a whole lot has changed. The main difference that you might notice is that there is an entire spinning platform now. Also, the things around the outside. But actually, I don't know which one is more of a standout difference than how it looked yesterday. But point is, there are 2 major things that I want to talk about. And the first is that I decided to lift the entire thing up. Maybe that's actually not the first thing I want to talk about, because that's going to be hard to explain why I did that without first talking about the other thing. So these are the actual pivot points that the track sort of hits as it winds up. So originally the plan was to have a ribbon that was wrapped around this middle section here. So like that sort of gap in between right there. And that ribbon would just be an off-table weight, or it would connect to an off-table weight. We're going to get to why that changed in a second, but suffice it to say that this is sort of taking the place of that, this sort of winder up automatic key return mechanism thing. So this is what those things around the outside are for. So you can see that the track, or the rod here, or the wood piece, goes into one of those pivot points, and then the other end moves to another pivot point, and then that entire motion just repeats. So it goes into that one, and then that side moves to that side, and you've got this sort of spinning motion. It's very, very cool. So let's see that again in full speed. Pretty sweet. So let's talk about why I decided to lift it up. So you might notice that if it's in a completely stationary position, right, like it is now, actually let's pivot it over this way so that it's in a straight line, because I want this idea to involve a ball rolling on the track from the left and then exiting on the right. And in order for that to happen, again, imagine this not rotating. I'd have to have the track actually tilted in some way, or I'd have to incorporate some method of like having the track on a pivot and then tilting the track. I didn't really love the idea of either of those things, because the tilting track would be the track that's on a pivot would just add an extra level of mechanism to it, and then the track that was pre-tilted wouldn't really work, because if it was tilted one way so that the ball would go into like a cup or something at one end, then it would never be tilted the other way to get the ball out of the cup at the end. And that just didn't make sense. So I thought that what would be really nice is if the track was just tilted like this, and you can imagine a ball rolling from left to right like this, and then the entire trick is on an incline, so that as the track swivels around, it's just like this, and then the ball rolls from left to right again, and the track doesn't actually have to pivot or tilt or anything like that. It's not tilted relative to the trick, it's tilted relative to the table. And if you tilt the entire trick, then you can do that. There is another reason I decided to do this. And that is, if you look at the polarity of this rod right now, if I put a dot here, I have already actually, there's a pencil mark on the end of this one and not on the end of this. So if I do one full revolution of it, so if I make this come back to where it started, right here, you'll notice that that pencil mark is now on this end, right? You can see it sort of, maybe. There it is. You believe me, it's there. And it's not on this end. So that reverses the polarity. Like, yes, you can do it a second time and get things back to where it started. And this is actually what the new trick is going to do. So now it is back to this side. And if I let it go, that is where we end up, back on the right side. But basically, I kind of realized that you would never end up in a position where the track is, I don't want to break this, but if I have to kind of get it out of here, right? It's never going to end up in a position like this. So the ball is never going to, like, here. If the ball rolls in from offside or from outside of the diameter of the like outside of the diameter formed by the wheels, right? Like let's say I have a track here, and it can just easily roll right onto that middle section. In order to catch it at the end, I'd have to have a track here, which would interfere with things. I couldn't have it here. And since there is no point where the track is in this position, that sucks. that creates a problem. So I was like, okay, well, what if I just do this where the track itself does a full rotation and then the entire trick also does a half rotation. So now we are back to a position like this. Does this make sense? Now you're starting to get it. And then I realized that actually, if the track only does one revolution, the polarity changes, as I've showed. So I'd have to actually go a second time and do 2 revolutions to get things back. So let's go back to the very beginning. It's so much fun to watch. So we start here, and we're going to say that this mark with the pencil is where the cup of the track is. So like if I have a track with a cup on one end, that's where the cup is going to be. So the ball rolls in from this side, roll, 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 lands in the cup. Then 2 revolutions. Whoop, let's go this way. Whoop, let's go this way. 2 revolutions gets us back here with the mark. And if we rotate it again, now that's the end with the cup, and the ball rolls out of the cup onto a track here. Pretty cool. Awesome. So that's the idea. It's going to do that, the thing that it just did by itself, as the whole entire thing makes a 180 degree rotation. And there was a block underneath this the whole time, and intentionally, just to provide some friction so that it would actually stay in those positions as I was demonstrating for this video. But it does rotate very, very easily. So the next step is just to add a track to the top of this with a cup at the end. Figure out how to actually stop the track in this last position, because it does kind of, if I wind it up, it just kind of ends up getting to that last position and then wobbling around a little. I'd love for it to lock in some way. I don't know how that's going to be possible. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe I won't. I don't know. And then, so we'll get the track on with the cup, and then figure out how to actually like release the track, figure out how to make the whole platform rotate, and then tilt the entire platform. So this is also an important ingredient, is the entire thing will work basically by itself, because this entire thing, there's a block under there that I can just tilt the entire block, and then that'll cause the ball to roll out by itself onto a separate track. So pretty good progress. This was a lot of fun to design. I didn't even talk about this. Okay, so real quick. Because the whole entire platform is rotating with the wheels, right? And there's a string that would be wrapped around here, it would have to come off the table. It would have to go through this. It would interfere with the wheels. So the string, there's no way to have a string from the center, from the middle, coming off the table without it interfering with the placement of these wheels. So the only option was to basically have the wheels be supported above where the string is somehow, which would require a ring instead of a flat platform, a flat circle. It would require like a ring around the outside. I didn't have that. Or the other option was to power the spinning of this from within the spinning platform. So that's why these things came in clutch, because these things have enough power and they don't require an off-table weight. They pull with the force, but that force can be just attached to the platform as it spins. A huge lifesaver, and this trick would not be possible in the way that I wanted to build it without these things. So they saved this trick from being a lot less cool than it is and a lot less elegant than it is. Because I'm really excited about this, how the ball just kind of rolls in from this side, stops here, the entire thing pivots around, the entire thing does the 5-pointed star twice to return it back to its position relative to itself on the platform, and then it just rolls out because the entire thing is tilted. Ah, brilliant. All right, let's see if we can get that to work. It is day 3 of the 5-pointed swivel track, and there's a lot to talk about today. So, first thing, just some simple stuff. There's now a track on top of here. That was a fairly simple addition, just to put that on top of the wooden plank that was existing before. There's a cup at the end. I've had to go through a couple of cup options just to find one that works. Maybe we'll get to that in just a sec. I've also tilted the platform that the spinning Lazy Susan is sitting on. So maybe you can see under there how there's a block of wood underneath the platform. There we go. And then I added the weights and the pulley system to rotate the disc. The challenge was that I needed it to rotate at a consistent pace, but also that pace needed to be quite slow. And there's really only one way to do that, and it's by having, I couldn't just have one weight on one side, right? Because there would be some acceleration of it. There would be some, it would take a while for it to get up to speed. You wouldn't have a consistent speed of the rotation. The way to do it is to have just a small difference of weight between two hanging weights. I don't know the exact physics behind this, but it's sort of the same if you've seen Housewife Machine Part 2, the pool party machine. We did this with the hanging frying pans. And you can tell that there's a difference of weight. That's why they move, but they move very slowly because the difference is very minor. And the pulleys themselves are very smooth. So it's the same idea, but I don't have a great explanation as to why it works as opposed to just having a weight on one side. But also, I had to make sure everything was very precise so that the string winds around the very, very thin outer rim of this platform. So you can see that it just winds right up around the very, very thin platform there, and it only makes a 180-degree rotation, so not that much actual rotation occurs. The next thing that I want to talk about and mention is that I spent a ton of time thinking about how I was going to stop the actual track in this final position. This is the final position of the track, and well, I'll show you what I added, and it is this red domino thing here with a magnet, and it latches on to the little magnet that sticks off of this red piece at the end of the track. Hopefully you can see that. And so when this detaches like this, this is how it catches the track in the final position. Now the trouble with this, there is no trouble with this. This is a working solution. But the trouble with coming up with a method of stopping the track in the final position is obviously that the track goes all over the place, and putting something here to like block it, you'll just have to take my word for it. The cup and the track passes through this position, plenty of times on its journey spinning. So if I had some kind of stopper here just the entire time, sort of in preparation of it coming to this final spot, it would just end up colliding with this at least one other time while it's doing the spinning. The other option is to have something that's like out of the way at first, like this, and then at the right moment kind of fall into place to stop the cup. But this goes back to one of my major pet peeves with machines, the concept of machine maintenance. This idea that just things have to like come in from outside of the machine to just like general upkeep stuff. Just like it just does not feel very elegant to me, rather than having something that is just emergent based on the properties of the thing that you made. It kind of feels inelegant to have like these extra things that just have to come in to like move stuff out of the way, or like remove things, or like pop in at the last moment to just, to catch something. Like, I don't know. I've really done a lot of work in other machines to eliminate the necessity for machine maintenance. This one is no exception. I get the sense that I'm kind of the only one who really cares about this, but I have found that the more I have thought about it, the more I dislike machine maintenance stuff, and the more I will put into not having to compromise that. I will work very hard to not have to compromise that. And I will just shorten the story and say that there was a very solid period of time where I thought I would have to compromise that. But I eventually did come up with this idea, and it works. Basically, I was hesitant to add extra length to this rod, which of course would be in the form of this little magnet here. Turns out I can sacrifice a little bit of extra length and it will still work. And that was what unlocked this whole thing. That is still a simplification. There was definitely a lot of thought that went into whether it's even possible, or trying to get myself psyched up to actually make the compromise and do some kind of external stopper device. But luckily, I don't have to. So, next steps. I need to come up with a method of actually releasing the track in the initial position. Luckily, let's see if I can do this with one hand. Luckily, it is possible to hold everything in place with just one lever. So here is the initial position, right here. And if I just have a lever holding this track right here, or just this one place, that keeps the actual rotating board and the rotating track, or swiveling track, it keeps both of them perfectly in place. So let's see if I can grab the ball with one hand. Not really, but whatever. All right. Here we go. So the ball goes in the cup, it comes down, and here's the motion. Looks very cool. I've tried to time it up perfectly so that both the track swivel and the spinning platform end at basically the exact same time. So let's see how that goes. Okay, so not perfect, but I will work on maybe adjusting the weight, or I'll just do it enough times so that it looks perfect in the working take. It might just be one of those cases. But yep, I can just have one little lever there at the end to just release, and that starts both of them at once. So the question will be, how do I make the ping pong ball do that? So like it rolls down the track into the cup. Maybe there's a split off, some kind of lever thing. Maybe it's just timing. I don't know. And then It's just about building the connections. So I've already started playing around with what kind of height of the track I'm going to need and whether it blocks the view of anything, and it doesn't. So I'll probably use just Tricks track here, and then it'll transition out of frame that way. And then I got to build whatever track is going to lead into the machine as well. Probably more Tricks track coming in, somewhere around here. But that's for tomorrow, I guess. For now, we are in the final stretch. We are just figuring out the last couple of details, and I'm really enjoying this clip. This is one of my favorites that I've built for this video, so I'm happy with it. It is day 4 of the 5-pointed swivel track, and the clip is now completed. I just have to clean up, and depending on the framing of the video, I might need to add more track to this side. But aside from that, all complete. So the changes from yesterday, I built this lever here that will actually release both the swivel part and the rotating platform. We talked about how those can both be released with one lever. So that's what this is. It is elasticized. So there's an elastic band that connects this end down to the base. So when this support is removed by the ball falling into the cup or the little tire there, that just allows the rubber band to snap up, and this just flies up and out of the way so that visually it's not interfering with the spinning disc. And then I just added connection tracks. So obviously there needed to be a connection track for the ball that goes into this cup. I thought I had sort of planned it so that the silver ball here, the metal ball, would be able to, because the previous clip is a 4-block tall Tricks track. So I had sort of envisioned that I could have the ball come in, come around without this tube drop thing, just to stay at the same elevation all the way back here, and it could do, as it passes by, it could release the red ball, and then it continues, and then it just merges with this track here at the same elevation of 4 blocks high, and then just becomes the ball that goes into this tire, and have that silver ball be the ball that does this at the very end, instead of, hitting a lever and releasing a new ball to do that. The problem with that, aside from, I don't know, maybe it wouldn't have had enough speed. That's also possible. I never actually tested that. But the problem was that it would have interfered with this height here, because this height needs to be, well, it's not really a movable height. It needs to be this exact height, and there's no way to sneak a 4-tall Tricks track through this gap because it's too tall. The ball would not fit. So I had to compromise and just have the track be on the ground and then just transition to another ball. So it looks fine. Like, you would never know that was a compromise that I needed to make. So I'm very happy with this. This will work very, very quickly. I'm not worried about how long it'll take to get a working take for this. The only thing that can really go wrong is the ball sometimes gets jostled out of the cup as it's spinning around. That can happen. And the other thing that I really want to do for the working take is get a take where the actual swiveling of the 5-pointed track movement is perfectly synchronized with the rotating platform coming to a stop. So the rotating platform and the track itself both stop at the exact same instant, because that is really satisfying when that happens. So that the motions of each thing are exactly the same length, because obviously they get released at the same time as well. But I can show you, it is currently set up, so I can show you what it looks like. And I can't make any promises about if either of those things will happen. The ball might come out of the cup, and the timing might not be perfect. But I think you can at least get an idea of how the connections work. So here we go. So that was perfect as far as the ball staying in the cup, but it was a little bit delayed on the timing. So the platform stopped rotating just like a a split second before the track stopped moving. So what I can do for that is maybe slow down the weight, so maybe make the weight a little bit less heavy, or just, keep doing takes until it looks perfect and just kind of hope to get lucky. So yeah, that's what we're going to do now. We're going to start with the filming. It looks like, everything's all ready. Or I'm going to clean up and then start with the filming. But yeah, this clip is done. It is day 1 of Magnet Magic 2.0. That is the last clip that I'm making for this video. And I don't normally do this, but given the circumstances, I figured that it makes sense to do so. And what I mean by that, I don't normally include days where I'm just messing around with stuff, where I don't actually have an idea, or days where the thing that's actually on the table isn't even the thing that I'm actually making. But the reason I'm doing that for this clip is because I have been completely stuck on what the idea is actually going to be for like a month. And it has really been a problem. It has been a huge mental block for me. So, to start from the beginning, I really wanted to do a sort of spice up of one of the tricks from round 1 of Dominoes versus Machines. I called it Magnet Magic. It's this one here where the toy train goes underneath the board and it attaches to a magnet, and the magnet gets pulled around, and here's the best shot of it, but you can see the magnet sort of on top riding around, and so it attaches. There's a good shot. So it attaches to the magnet through the board, and it gets dragged around through the board. The idea was basically, wouldn't it be cool if, you can control a magnet through a board, right? And you can have it mirror the motion of the magnet underneath without it actually being touched. And I like this idea. I like this concept, but I could not think of a good application for it for, like I said, literally like a month. And so what's on the table right now are some initial tests just to see what's possible. The main things that I was running up against was like, sure, this is possible to do, but it's not even that cool. Or it would be something where it's, sure, this is possible to do, but it doesn't really explain why the magnets are needed. Like, I could move a car, through the board if there's a magnet, and it could move without being pulled by a string, but it doesn't really mean anything because you could just pull it by a string. Like, I was having trouble finding an idea that was cool, was possible, and most importantly, seemed to justify the execution. Like, it justified the existence of the magnets. Like, it was a trick where the magnets were actually important to getting the trick to work, and it wasn't just like a cool execution of a trick that could be done in a number of other ways. So the first breakthrough that I had that I thought was really promising was an answer to that final question. Like, what is something that you couldn't do any other way, something that you would need an actual magnet to do? And that is what this is. The idea I had was, okay, you need magnets because you need to control something that is completely enclosed inside of a case, right? You can't pull this with a string. You can't, it's a metal ball. You need magnets to be able to make it move. And I thought it would be really cool if I had magnets kind of go underneath. That's what this is here. And if the magnet was attracted to it, it could make the cube kind of roll and rotate by itself. Problem with this was that it just doesn't work. It just needs to be so precise, and it would have been so finicky to get it to work. And then it's also kind of it's repetitive. That's not really an issue. It's just that if it's not really doing anything, I don't know. It didn't seem to be building up to anything. It didn't really seem to be like, once the cube rolls a certain number of times, like, what would happen? Like the ball's still stuck in there. It's not like I could put a track on the cube or else it wouldn't be able to roll and the weight would change. Like it would just be sort of like, okay, the cube gets to a certain point and then hits something. And at that point it's like, well, why couldn't you just push the cube? Like, why do you need, like, it wasn't a great, this isn't possible. It didn't seem doable and I gave up on that. And then back here, this is a little closer to what I'm actually planning on doing now. But this is, I put a magnet on the bottom of the train, which is something that I'm planning on using for the actual clip. If it wasn't obvious, the reason I'm doing this update right now is because I finally do have an actual idea, which I should have said at the top, but I do finally have an actual idea that I do think is very possible and I do really like. So I'm very hopeful that it works out. But what I'm planning on using is something very similar to this, but this isn't really promising either. I was just kind of playing around with, what happens with magnets if you control them through a board and just experimenting with different variables. It didn't really get me anywhere. What eventually got me to the idea that I want to make is literally just sitting down for an hour and a half trying to brainstorm. And eventually I got there. So what am I planning on making? I'm planning on using the motorized train and I'm going to have it ride upside down, sort of like that, which is cool already, and that's a little bit of an extra flavor to it. But the main meat of the idea is that I am using the magnets to control precise timing, which is the breakthrough, basically. That is what justifies the existence of the magnets. So basically the train is going to be riding along upside down. There's going to be an extending arm going around to the top. It's going to be kind of like an L-shaped thing, so it'll be kind of like this, and that'll be pushing a ball. And that ball will be on a track system with several gaps in the track. And those gaps, well, there are going to be track segments that move. And basically, as the train is going underneath those track segments, they're getting moved along by the magnet. So the magnet is following the magnet on the train. The magnet on the track segments is following the magnet on the train. And because the ball, because of the bracket thing, the ball is getting pushed along at the exact spot of the train as well. So the ball will follow the train, and the track segments will also follow the train when they're in the magnet range. So the segments that move will always be underneath the ball until they're, outside of the range, and then they'll fall. And then the entire track is going to be tilted, right? So you'll have a tilted track. I'm planning on doing it from left to right, so it'll be going up and to the right. The train will be going upside down underneath it, pulling along with the magnet the track segments and pushing the ball along at the same time. And the ball will be riding on those moving track segments as they're getting magnetized along. And that's something that you couldn't do without magnets, because you'd have to somehow figure out how to pull those track segments along to get the ball up the hill, which is, again, something that's not possible. You can't make a ball roll uphill. So that's also a cool thing, is you're having the little pusher arm that's pushing the ball uphill. And the only reason the ball is able to make it all the way up the hill is because those track segments are getting pulled along with it to close those gaps. If you can't visualize it, obviously tomorrow I'll have an update, or maybe by the end of today I'll have an update that'll explain, it'll bring it all together a little bit more. But that literally took basically a month to come up with, and several dead-end ideas. But I was completely committed, and I mean this, obviously, for a month, just completely devoted to coming up with some way of reusing this idea, of spicing up magnet magic. Because I think the idea is really promising. And that was something that was super frustrating as well, is that it felt so unique as a premise. This idea of being able to control the movement of something through a board, right? That seems really powerful. That seems really unique. And that seems like you can take it in a lot of different directions and have it be really cool. And that's why it was so frustrating that I couldn't think of anything. Everything I thought of had a major drawback. Either it wasn't cool, it wasn't possible, or it could just, the actual main motion of the trick could just be done in a different way, far easier. it doesn't really need the magnets to do that idea. So I was coming up with all these ways of like shifting tiles around with magnets, but then I just kept coming back to the fact that, okay, that's just, the magnets are just a cooler way of doing that trick. They're not really essential. It's not really a trick about magnets at that point. I did still want the trick to be about the magnets. And so I needed to answer the question, like, what specific mechanic makes the magnets themselves necessary? Because otherwise, it's just a trick that uses magnets rather than a trick about magnets. And then it took so long to think of the idea of using, like, controlling the timing and making the timing controlled by the magnets. And that unlocked the final idea. But I should get building. I will have an update once I've built some of the first parts of this trick. Hopefully it works out. So it is day 2 of Magnet Magic 2.0, and this is what we've got so far. But the headline of the day is that the original idea I had doesn't seem like it's going to work. The base components of it are still definitely worth working on and expanding on, but the idea itself is going to have to go in a slightly different direction. But let's start with the good. So what we have now is basically an upside down train with a magnet attached to a magnet on a slider, basically. So nothing's actually glued down right now, but if I send the train in reverse, you can see that it carries along the little sliding thing on the top without it really touching. The train is struggling a little bit because the track is not perfectly level. It's sort of bowing a little bit. I have to fix that. But the part that I didn't see coming is that the train is not strong enough to disconnect from the magnetic pull. I thought if I pulled the magnets far enough apart, the magnet would follow the train as far as it could go, but the train would still have enough force, just like from the battery, like gripping, there'd be enough friction of the train to be able to like detach from that force and continue on its path, and then attach to a different magnet in the sequence. And so I could have it jump from magnet to magnet, or just basically drag several magnets as it continues on, and have the magnets that it leaves behind like fall. That's not what happens. So here's how it looks. Basically, it drives forward, and then you can predict what might happen once the magnet stops. So does the train. The train does not have enough energy to pull away from the magnet. And I've tried different distances apart. Like I've tried lifting this, different heights away from the train. But there's no distance at which the train is strong enough to stay attached like this, right? That you saw what just happened there, which was that I pulled it far enough apart and the train just falls. So I can't go much beyond this, or I can't go at all beyond this. And at this distance, the train is still not strong enough to pull away from the magnetic force. Granted, the properties might be a little different once I do eventually want to sort of incline this, right? And so that we talked about how it's going to basically be a ball that it's pushing along as the track moves. And so I do want to make it so that it's pushing the ball uphill. I don't know, maybe the uphill would change dynamics slightly, but at least at the moment it seems as though I am probably just going to do one moving track segment that is being moved along by the magnet. Because I think what can happen, I think it's fine to have the train start separate, and then once it gets to this point, it grabs the magnet. I think that would work. I should test that. I'm actually not confident about that. Actually, how is that possible if it's upside down? I might just give up on the idea of having the train be upside down, because that's not really essential. It's a cool, flashy, extra thing, but it might not be, it's not necessary. Like if I just put the magnet on the top of the train and then have it drive underneath, it's the same trick. I just thought it might be a cool thing to add. So I might not be able to do that. I can experiment with that. Yeah, so that might require some significant redesign of this. I still don't think it'll be possible for it to pull away from the magnet. I still don't think it'll be strong enough to do that. But at least I can have the beginning part where it's just driving on the surface normally, and then, you know, it starts grabbing the first magnet, and then it's pulling that along. It's going uphill. I'm going to have to figure out how the pusher arm is going to make it, like how it's going to push the ball all the way off the track. Because if it's just traveling along with the track and then it's getting stuck, the pusher arm is not going to actually push the ball off the track. So I'm going to have to figure that part out, but that might be a little simpler to figure out once I actually get things set up. So I think that's the game plan, is give up on the idea of the train being upside down, just because it turns out it's not really possible for for the train to like jump from magnet to magnet. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll think about it a little bit more, but things might look very different tomorrow. It is day 3 of Magnet Magic 2.0, and, well, it looks a little different than it did yesterday. And although it doesn't look like it's different, but it doesn't really look more refined than yesterday, but there is a major breakthrough, and that is that yesterday I was kind of despairing over the fact that there wasn't really a way for the train to like pick up a magnet and then let it go, and it wasn't strong enough to let go of a magnet. However, putting the magnet on top of the train has really helped with things, and turns out there is a distance that works. There is a magical distance, and it didn't seem that precise. It just took, I found some blocks that were about the right height. They were a little too close. The train would just drive along and then it would just fly up to the ceiling like this. So that was a little too close, so I added this little piece of plexiglass in between, and that distance seems to be just about perfect. So, this is sort of a proof of concept. Obviously, this is not anything like what the final trick will be. I think the final trick will have this incline. I want to have it about that steep. It'll obviously have the train track down here. The train, that's all going to be the same most likely, but obviously I won't have giant blocks right in the middle of the train track. So this was just sort of a proof of concept to see if there was a magical distance that worked. So here's what we're expecting to see. We're going to see the train drive along. Once it gets underneath this magnet, there's a magnet on the bottom of this car. Once it gets underneath that magnet, it will pick it up, so to speak, and it will follow along underneath as the train drives along until it gets to this point, at which it will stop. But the train will continue. The train is able to drive away from the magnet. The magnet is not strong enough to hold the train in place. And once the magnet on the train is out of range, the car will fall back down. So, let's watch that. Let's see how that looks. Perfect. That's exactly what we want to see. So, you can imagine if there's a little extension hand thing on the train that is coming up and around. Okay, ignore that. You can imagine if there's an extension hand on the train that it can push a ball on the top, and that ball will follow along exactly with the train. Now, if it's following exactly with the train and there's a track on top of here, let's just say this might not be the exact type of track that I'm going to use. It might just be too heavy. There is definitely an aspect of weight here. If it's too heavy, it's not going to be as easily moved by the magnet and so forth. I have to think about and consider the weight. But anyway, imagine there's a hand. It's pushing along a ball. This is following along exactly. See, it's already too heavy to follow along. See, that's the point. But pretend there's a track on here. And the ball is following along exactly with where the train is. Boop, 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 boop. It comes up. And then at this point, the magnet, the ball is transitioning from one track to another. You can imagine maybe another car like this is right behind it here. And that's able to, transition. The ball is able to transition onto the second track. That part is a little more iffy. I still have to make sure that that's still possible. But I think it's doable. And yeah, that's going to be kind of the next few steps and just figuring out exactly what the overall look of this is going to be. Like exactly how it's going to be made. But the most important thing from today was just discovering that, yes, it is possible to have the train pick up a magnet and then let it go. And then continue on its way, which is huge. So hopefully that'll unlock the next phase of the process. It is day 4 of Magnet Magic 2.0, and wow, we've made quite a lot of progress. I actually didn't really expect to make this much progress in one day, considering that, really none of this was built yesterday. I had done a proof of concept, but obviously this looks entirely different. So the things that are the same, the sequence of track here, but I mean, it's not even reinforced in the same way. I ended up needing to use the beam, the wood stick that I had reinforcing the track. I ended up using that for the Hot Wheels up here. So like pretty much I had to rip everything down to the studs, but the idea obviously is still intact. So we've got the train. It drives up the slope. It's quite slow. I think that's just because the battery needs to be changed, but I'm not going to mess with it now. The timing itself is not important. It doesn't, obviously I don't want it to be glacial, but the specific speed of the train is not important. And then these cars I've also made. So these are basically Hot Wheels cars that have been completely stripped down to their bases, and then a magnet has been attached underneath, just to make a very low profile rolling surface, basically. So where are we at this point? Well, what we've done is created the 3 sort of moving track pieces. They aren't tracks yet, obviously, but and we've figured out the exact distance. We've made the track underneath, we've made the track on top, and I've figured out the exact distance that it needs to be apart so that the magnet on the train is still strong enough to attract the magnet here, and it's strong enough to pull it along, but it's not so strong that the train can't disconnect from the magnetic force. So once it travels up, it follows the train. Once it gets to this stopping point, the train still has enough force. It's still able to continue rolling, and then eventually it disconnects. So here's what we have so far. We have the train that can move along, and what you're going to see is that it'll grab each of these 3 cars on its way up. And then once it gets to its stopping point, see it's following it on its way up, again, very slowly. It stops, and then it hands it off to the next one. And this does the exact same thing all the way up, and it drops. And then finally the last one. And the train also will stop by itself once it gets to the very top and falls back down. So, very slow, but a very elegant design. The next steps. I need to figure out how I'm going to attach track segments to the tops of these cars. That's not rocket science, but it needs to be done. I'm just going to probably end up putting, some small supports under here and then track right on top. The next thing as well is figuring out how to make the, hand extension arm thing that kind of goes from here. It's attached to the train and then goes around to the very top, and that's what's going to push the ball along. So yeah, those are kind of the 2 main things, which is actually kind of surprising that we're at that stage, because really the only thing after that is figuring out transitions, is figuring out how the trick is started, which I'm literally just thinking is as simple as, releasing the train, and then how it ends. So I know it has to end with a line of white dominoes. So how am I going to get, whatever ball it is that's being pushed, how am I going to make that trigger a line of white dominoes? But yeah, I mean, this is a really good progress for one day. I'm very proud of this. So yeah, wait until day 5. It is day 5 of Magnet Magic 2.0, and we've got a couple of major changes. So, first big change, there are now tracks on top of these cars. I've also shrunk the distance overall. That used to be that it took up the entire length of the orange track. I've now added this little short ramp, short track at the very start, which I'll talk a bit more in a sec about. And then this tiny one at the very end is also new. The other big change is that there's now a pusher hand. So I knew that I wanted to have something that looked kind of interesting as a hand. I thought or not a hand necessarily, but like a pusher. I thought maybe I could use this little miniature ping pong paddle and just use this as a little pusher. But I really wanted to use a hand, something a little bit more literal, I guess. I ended up needing to add a second car to the train instead of attaching the hand directly to this train, just because it's so big and so bulky that the point at which it's actually pushing the ball is right here. And if you can imagine, how would I attach this hand to this train, all the way back there? It just made more sense to add a secondary hand or secondary train car getting pulled along behind it. And then this weight here is just as a counterweight, because even though this hand is centered directly above the car, it's still just really top heavy. So this is here to provide some weight down low. But I guess what you're here for is the demo. So the one thing I want to mention too is I've exchanged the battery inside this train, so it does go a lot faster than it did in the previous tests yesterday. So we should see what we expect. We should see the train go around. The little hand will push the ball along, and then once the ball is like somewhere in the middle to the end section of each track, the track will move along with it, and then it'll get transferred like this. So let's see it. Let's do it. Ready? We're turning it on. Here it goes. All right, first one, nice. Second one, nice. Third one, perfect. So, what is next? That's okay. What is next? I just have to figure out how the trick starts, or how the clip starts, and how the clip ends. So it starts with a red Tricks track ball rolling in from the left side of frame, and it ends with a white domino line, neither of which is very convenient to do. It'd be great if it was like, oh, the clip starts with a green ping pong ball rolling into frame, and it ends with a green ping pong ball rolling out of frame. And if this were the very first machine clip that I was building for this video, that is probably what I would do. I would just make it a problem for the future me to figure out how to make that transition work with the next clip that I build. But this is the last machine clip, meaning I have no choice but to work around all the other transitions that I've already locked in. A bit unfortunate, but that's the way it is. And I'll figure out how I want to do it. I think I'm just going to have Tricks track ball roll in on Tricks track. It is on Tricks track in the previous clip. It rolls in. I might do a turn this way and have it release the green ping pong ball coming in from this side. I'll have another track here, and then it lands here, and there'll be some kind of lever or some kind of something that it hits when it falls into this position that then falls away, so it's not blocking the view, and then that will release the train. The train, I think, will already be on, and it'll just be behind a lever or something, and then that'll release the train car. It'll push it along. The end section, I'm a little bit less sure of what I want to do. I thought about using, maybe some kind of pipe system thing, but this didn't really seem to unlock much potential. Honestly, getting a ping pong ball to knock over dominoes is already a little bit annoying just because it's not super reliable to just have it run into a domino and expect it to knock it over. Ping pong balls are super light. But I mean, of course, you use ping pong balls and knock dominoes off a table for like domino and string releases all the time. So I guess it's not that crazy to do, but point is, how am I going to get the ping pong ball down to the surface? And then how is it just going to knock a line of white dominoes? I don't know. And it's not a matter of, I should emphasize too, it's not a matter of like, how am I going to make that work? It's really a matter of like, how do I actually want to do it in a way that is not just the most boring possible thing, which would be like, oh, it just kind of falls onto something, or like it falls into some kind of funnel. I don't know. Like, I want to do some kind of cool, I don't know, some kind of cool thing where the ball descends. I don't know. I think honestly it might just end up being a pretty boring thing, and that's just going to be the way it is. But as long as I don't hate it, I'll be fine. So we'll see what I come up with tomorrow. It is day 6 of Magnet Magic 2.0, and the clip is, for the most part, done. And there are a lot of minor changes that I want to point out, and it is kind of just now occurring to me that almost nothing from this clip is the same that it was on day 1. So, like, pretty much everything at some point had to be changed. So, a couple of things I want to start with. The train itself has some extra weights attached to it, as well as I think an extra magnet on top here. That's just because the magnetic strength, the magnetic attraction between the train and the car here needed to be a little bit stronger. But if I made it stronger without increasing the weight of the train would just go like that, and it would just, jump up. So I need to, increase the weight of the train to literally just hold it down. So there's a ring weight on this side of the train and on this side of the train. So 2 ring weights. And then there's also another ring weight on this as well. Just, I don't remember why I had to add the other one. I think maybe just because of balance issues. But other things, I changed the way that I changed the way that the tracks are attached to these little cars. So there's now quarter dominoes in here. These are literally a fourth of a domino, sawed in half, and then, half of a domino sawed in half. And then I added these rails to the tops of the tracks. So, that's actually a bigger change that I wanted to mention. And that's the reason for those rails is because of a bigger change, which was that I have switched to the red ball. So why did I do that? Mainly because I thought it would be a little bit more elegant to have the ball that exits the previous clip actually be used in this clip. So a red ball exits with speed, mind you, from the previous clip at a height of about 6 of these blocks. This is about 9, and I'm hoping you won't notice the difference. So at around 8 here, it just goes up another level, and that makes it the perfect height to land right in here at the start point. So I'm hoping the transition will be seamless. But I wanted to use the same ball, and with regular molding track, which is just like this stuff, there's enough room kind of side to side for the ball to just, not that, but to rock back and forth, right? To kind of just do this. And the pointer finger hand is pointing at a very small contact point. Like if it's pushing it from a very small area. And it would be, not uncommon for the ball to just kind of slip past it one way or the other. And also the hand is really able to wobble back and forth a lot. So, without any sort of guardrails, the ball would just be doing this sort of thing, and then the hand would just kind of come in, and the ball would get pushed off to the side, and it was just it was just impossible. With a ping pong ball, it was much easier because, it's a bigger ball slightly, so it's less able to move side to side, but it's also a lighter ball, so it's not going to push quite as hard against the pointer hand and try to get past it going downhill. So this is the change that I've made. I added the rails to keep it more constrained so that wherever the finger is pushing on the ball, it's always going to push it uphill. It's rather than trying to like go around it. Whoop. That's also loose. I gotta fix this. That's another thing I changed just because as the pointer finger is coming around, I didn't want it to clip the edge of the track, so I added this guardrail here that is meant to sort of push the hand inward. So, this is also new. This is what happens after the ball gets all the way up the track, goes into the funnel, and then goes down through some pipe system. Now these clear tubes here are actually not tubes. They are just clear plastic that I've wrapped and then taped, and I've cleverly hidden where the tape is from camera view. And then this last bit here is literally just pieces of paper wrapped around. But it sort of looks like, from a distance, it looks like another pipe fitting. And so white Dominoes is going to be the thing that heads out of this clip. So I haven't figured out exactly how they're going to go, if they're going to do like this or if they're going to go like this and then go underneath. I don't know. And then finally, one very, very minor change is just the transition. So there's now a transition here, knocks off a domino and releases a popsicle stick to start the train. So the clip just starts with ball coming in and knocking that over and then starting the train. So that is Magnet Magic 2.0. This was not an easy clip to make, even though the idea itself was pretty much solidly in my mind from the very beginning. Like this is the actual final product is no different than what I imagined it to be. It just took a while to get here because I did end up changing a lot of things, a lot of minor things along the way. So yeah, I'm really happy with this one. I think it's a pretty good middle ground clip. It's not like something completely mind-blowing, but it hopefully will be a cool little concept, something that makes you go, oh, cool, that's a little neat. And it's, of course, hopefully a nice tribute, a nice throwback to that clip from round one all those years ago. So very happy with this one. Let's get it filmed and, cleaned up and filmed.